series over here. We're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizoran, and join the Kaizoran Empire.
Universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Back again like the second coming. Strumming my vocal cords like the hummingbird in the sky. Y'all can't deny this. Real rap lyrics, it's like I ain't got no rhyming through the sky limit. What is skin tone, shade of color, but a parallel form of frequency like a ringtone on your phone. Melanin expression tied up in the universe, feeling like God. Is it really us? Is it serious? Is it really wrong to be diverse? I'm a divergent, immerse myself like an ocean beneath this waves. Be a divergent, born to be different. Indigo child, wild like canary, born to be a bluebird in the sky. Flying high like a bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Everybody scream bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. Everybody, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bone black, sweet like a berry. Flying high like a canary. Scary with my hoodie on. Hating on my vibe on the street that you'll be feeling my frequency of the song. But I know that I ain't never ever gonna be ever the same. But I know.
Shalom, shalom. Today we're going to talk about the Democratic Republic of Congo and what's been going on over there, right? We had the EAC, South African Community, that Congo asked to join, and now Congo wants to kick out the East African forces. So why is this? Is it because they think the East African countries like Uganda and Rwanda are actually their enemies and that they're working with Dwight Man in order to cause more instability within the Congolese country so that they can exploit more natural resources? Well, let's go find out.
Well, let's shift our focus to the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Central African nation heads to the polls in 2 weeks' time amid security concerns in the eastern parts of the country. President Felix Tshisekedi is up for re-election after a first term focused on fighting the M23 rebel group in the North Kivu region. That's on the border with Rwanda and Uganda. 7 million people have been internally displaced as a result of the conflict. In the hope of putting an end to the rebellion, an East African regional force was deployed to free areas taken by the rebels, and its mission, led by Kenya, is due to come to an end today on Friday. That's after failing to restore peace. Well, earlier I spoke to our senior Africa correspondent.
Yeah. So with countries like Congo, you have to be very, very careful. And here's the thing, right? I always say this about helping other people or other nations. When a nation has proven itself to be unable to actually defend itself for a long, long period of time, right? Because the situation here is rather simple. If you consider that Congo has been in this issue for their whole life, right? They've been having instabilities, they've been unable to function properly. They've been basically an SHIT whole country for the longest while. Countries such as, right, the United Nations, Peace Force, right? Countries gave their soldiers over there so that they can help them. Now you have the East African force, right? Again, similar situation. But here's the thing, right? Instead of Congo using that as a sort of as a stepping stone so that they can now improve their own internal soldiers so that they can get some semblances of peace, stability, and then focus on moving forward. Nope, they start complaining and crying. And as usual, they want to kick the East African force out. Now, here's what I say. I say, sure, let them be kicked out, right? Because this country seems like they just can't do anything right. They're blaming other people. Instead of, trying to resolve things by themselves, they're just out there blaming everybody else, right? So this is one of the things that's going on with this country. It's not as simple as everybody's exploiting Congo. Congo is also out here not actually putting itself up for the correct ways of actually handling the situation.
Respondent Anne Soy, and I began by asking her how the military withdrawal was going.
It has been a short-lived mission, barely a year, and it was deployed at the request of President Tshisekedi, but who now says that the force has been ineffective in containing the situation there.
What do you mean ineffective? It's like sometimes I think that this must be some evil African spirit. Let me explain why. Africans, right? And it's the African culture. And shout out to sponsor of the stream. We've got Nigerian Prince, man. I do appreciate the support, man, with the $5. Really, really appreciate that. Rest of you guys, make sure you like and share the stream. So with this thing that I've noticed in Africa, right? There's this concept of if someone helps you, somehow they're not just supposed to give you a helping hand. They're supposed to be doing everything for you. It's an African culture. I've seen this stuff happen so many times. Africans, when you try to help them, they somehow believe that you're supposed to be the person that liberates them, right? To an African, help is not, hey, by the way, I can't carry this, it's a little bit too heavy, can you help me? And then both of you split the burden, and actually the person you're helping, should carry more burden. No. In African culture, generally, help means you alleviate their problems 100%, right? That's how Africans have been accustomed to help. That's why when you have all these NGOs coming into African areas, they believe that Dwight Man is somehow their savior because it is their savior, right? They're literally relying on Dwight Man for basic necessities because Dwight Man doesn't just, tell them, hey, go and fish yourself, right? Go and build your businesses. No, Dwight Man comes in with food, with grain, right? With money. So Dwight Man has really helped to sort of standardize this African culture where they believe that help somehow means you resolve their problem. Listen, Congo, these forces were never supposed to stabilize your country. They're supposed to help you in the process so that you go and build your own security forces and then stabilize your country. They're just supposed to be there as a deterrent, right? As a force that other people will be looking at your country as, you know what, let me not go mess too much in Kivu, or rather, Kinshasa, because we know that there's other forces there. That's all. Right, so this African thing, or again, I'm just repeating myself at that point.
Has also accused the UN peacekeeping mission there, MONUSCO, of being ineffective. It has been there for longer, but
you see, they're accusing everyone of being ineffective. Right? When you have a situation like this, right, where all we're hearing is a one-sided accusations stemming from, again, dusty countries like Congo, you realize that some countries or some people, because again, we're abstracting this to be more than just Congo, right? We just know that Congo has a problem of not being able to self-manage itself, and of course projecting its issues across the other country, right? You've been seeing Congo all over social media. Oh, look at what's happening in Congo right now, and this is happening here, right? All these things have been going across these nations right now because Congo is a asshole. Unfortunately, that is what it is. There's really not much else we can add there apart from acknowledging the reality. Congo cannot be helped because Congo itself is a problem. It's simple as that, right? So no need to look at Congo as some kind of sad thing. Going out here, removing other people's forces, they can't stabilize themselves. They ain't got no money. They ain't got no soldiers. They ain't got no terrain. They ain't got no roads, right? That country is basically an asshole.
The issues in Eastern Congo, where you have been, Catherine, how complicated it is. You mentioned M23, but it is not the only armed group that is active there. There are well over 100 armed groups in different parts of eastern Congo. This is a mineral-rich region and a very complex situation there. It is interesting, though, that this is coming just about, just a few weeks to elections there. That's very interesting for the government to ask for this mission to pull out at this time.
And as these forces leave these areas, they were controlling some territory. So what does that mean in terms of the conflict on the ground? How are the rebel groups, especially M23, reacting?
Well, we have seen in recent weeks that there have been sporadic attacks. M23 has been very keen to gain territory. There have been dialogue in the past, and they agreed to let go of some of that territory. So the attacks have been sporadic. And, apart from M23, we also have the ADF, the Allied Defense Forces, which is affiliated or has sworn allegiance to ISIS. Which is also active in North Kivu. So it's a pretty complicated situation on the ground.
And briefly, how does this all...
Yeah, as I kept saying, guys, there's some countries which will just be at the bottom forever. Right? This issue should not be this difficult to resolve after all this time. Sure, the country is big, but the government should be able to basically have and be like, bro, okay, we are going to basically go and make every Congolese join the Congolese army. Right? There's solutions to this, right? If Eritrea, more or less every Eritrean goes through the Eritrean forces and learns how to actually operate, military equipment. Congo should be doing the same, and they should be enforcing it, making sure that everyone within the nation, right, all able bodies, men and women, will be able to join this army and go fix the issues that's, rifling their country. Instead, the government is out here kicking people out. That's now the issue that I have with this situation. I just don't think the Congolese president is thinking straight. Now, I know why he's doing that, because, the Congolese people believe that Rwanda and Uganda, specifically the Tutsi community, are the ones doing all these things. But that's not even, the only truth here, right? Western companies are out here stealing. Everybody is stealing Congolese resources. Felipe says, do you think the exposure on Joe Rogan of the artisan lithium miners has prompted the powers behind that mining to pull the strings? I mean, so sure. I mean, here's the thing. Sure. This is definitely something to do with the miners, right, going on, because, again, Congo is not really earning a lot of euro dollars, right? So we know that the president is also corrupt. He's selling the resources on the side to these Western companies so that the country itself can still keep afloat, and he himself, obviously, to take some of that money in his own pocket. So we know how Congo is still surviving. They are selling minerals, even though legally speaking, it is against Congolese law for its minerals to go out just like that, right? Right now, they're, at least legally speaking, they're trying to make it so that the minerals remain in the country. But we know it's leaving. And we know that it's not only Rwanda taking it, right? We know that it's actually being taken directly from Congo. So there's high-ranking officials as well who are in bed with these miners. It's a whole corrupt system there, man. I have no idea what's going on. But pulling out East African forces, bad idea. Really, really bad idea. Because the whole point of the East African forces, at least, in theory, is for them to be able to now establish some kind of semblance of control, right? No longer is it only like the United Nations or Muzungu sort of corporations, mercenaries controlling things. So there was some possible benefits of actually having the East African force instead. But Congo, the president definitely is acting bookie. We don't know what's going on. This whole situation seems very, very, very unsynchronized. Something is off somewhere. I'm not sure where exactly. I'm still trying to figure out. Not right. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Looks like my computer is acting up a little bit.
play into the elections that you mentioned? They're happening in just 2 weeks' time. How much of a concern are security issues for people there, and could it affect voting?
Absolutely, it's a very, very big concern. But this is a region that has been plagued by insecurity for decades. The previous elections were held in more or less the same circumstances. M23 was not very active at that time, and they by and large managed to pull off the elections. And so it will be interesting to watch what happens on the 20th of December, even though the forces are.
I mean, here's the thing, right? One could argue that the president is asking, again, there's obviously strings being pulled apart from Western corporations, but to get certain mines operations, right, going on. But one could argue that the reason why the president is removing the East African force as well as the United Nations peacekeeping force is because he wants there to be chaos during the elections, so that he can basically have control over the nation, because then he can now claim that obviously that he needs to maintain power and peace through him remaining in, again, power for a longer period of time. So there's that argument to be made there already. So that's now my sort of concerns, is who's pulling this strings, harassing the Congolese people, right? Because the Congolese people don't really know what's going on in their country, right? These people are not, very knowledgeable about the geopolitics. To them, they just think it's Rwanda and Uganda, right? That's their very immediate neighbors, who they see mercenaries, M7 from Uganda and M23, as their enemies. They don't see big, large corporations who are actually mining and sponsoring these, terrorist groups, etc., like that Al Qaeda one, that's just springing up, because you cannot think of anything over here. Crenshaw Grinder says 200,000 jobs added to the American economy from last month. That's good. That's good. That's great for the American country. Definitely should make the Americans work so that they can come through, right? 100%, 100%.
Pulling out, including MONUSCO, that has also agreed to draw back. We are seeing that the government is still needing their services, the MONUSCO, to deliver electoral materials in areas like Ituri, which is, just bordering Uganda. So it's a complicated situation, this withdrawal of forces, but at the same time, the need on the ground is glaring.
Well, let's shift our focus to the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Welcome to the Kaizorian experience. Over here, we're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizorian, and join the Kaizorian Empire.
Universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Back again like the second coming. Strumming my vocal cords like the hummingbird in the sky. Y'all can't deny this. Real rap lyrics, it's like I ain't got no rhyming through the sky limit. What is skin tone, shade of color, but a parallel form of frequency like a ringtone on your phone. Melanin expression tied up in the universe, feeling like God. Is this really us? Is it serious? Is it really wrong to be diverse? I'm a divergent, immerse myself like an ocean beneath this waves. Be a divergent, born to be different. Indigo child, wild like canary. Born to be a bluebird in the sky, flying high like a bluebird in the sky. I'm a fly high bluebird in the sky, yeah. Bluebird in the sky. I'm a fly high bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Everybody scream bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky, yeah. Bluebird in the sky. Everybody, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bone black, sweet like a berry. Flying high, high like a canary. Scary with my hoodie on. Hating on my vibe on the street that you'll be feeling my frequency of the song. But I know that I ain't never ever gonna be ever the same. But I know.
Yeah, so as I said before, right, elections are coming through. I believe that this whole kicking out these East African peacekeeping force is all to do with elections. I believe that the Congolese president is corrupt and he's part of the unfortunate corrupt system. So that means he wants there to be no peace and stability so that during the election that nothing actually goes to plan, meaning he can continue being president for much longer, right? That's the reality. That's what's going on in my mind. I don't think that this is a simple situation of, well, we Congolese people are trying to be strong. We want to make sure that our soldiers are strong. No, we've not seen this, right? We've not seen them training more Congolese soldiers or sending more Congolese soldiers into the front line. None of those things have been seen or apparent at all yet. So you have to ask yourself the question, why remove the troops now? Exactly when the elections are at hand. To me, the only logic is what I stated. Peace to be removed, there to be chaos, so that he can maintain power as a dictator for much longer and also keep working on the side with all these Western countries. See, Congo hasn't had a good president for a while. The ones that they had got removed, right, by the West because they were trying to play a dangerous game, trying to work with the Soviets. And they didn't even secure allyship from the Soviets. They were just talking because they didn't understand that this is a dangerous game of life and death. They just thought, hey, you can argue your case out diplomatically against the West. And unfortunately, their wisdom wasn't high enough. The West at that time, especially during the Cold War between the West and the Soviet Union, there was no, if the West can go out there assassinating its own citizens, right? We're talking about Martin Luther King as an example, just because they thought he was leaning left too much. What do you think they'll do to some other president of another nation where it's not even their own citizen? Of course, they'll get rid of him. So yeah, they got rid of all the good Congolese leaders because unfortunately, the Congolese leaders did not know how to actually speak to power appropriately. They were out there, unfortunately, just looking at this whole situation in the wrong way. Felipe says, Kaiser, why doesn't the Congolese government start nationalizing resources and then start bidding for the contract? They can do a Chinese infrastructure loan to refineries of resources. That's a good point. The election system has to be temporarily removed, an election system restructured, Africanized. Yeah, I think long term that has to be the case because the way things are right now, I don't think they're working. Shout out to you. The wise Kazoran is basically saying that the Dusties in Congo would benefit from Honorable Ike Ogiamian becoming. I mean, yeah, if Ike was the king of Congo, 100%, I don't think things would be going the same way that they are going right now. Because if you have a little bit of vision, you have a little bit of IQ, and also the know-how of being very practical, right, on actually getting shit done in the real world, you would not make a bad president. So to be honest, yeah, Tyrone, that's not a bad point. That is really not a bad point. Yeah, if Congo had Ike as their leader, things would be very, very different. Heck, if Congo had even one man as their leader, and shout out to One Man for sponsoring the stream as well as the other Nigerian prince over there. Bantu, Band 3. Okay. Bantu. You should make it rhyme like you used to. Like Bantu, Bantu. I need to get some fat chest titted women too, or kick those, I don't know, Congolese people out three. I don't know. As long as you make it rhyme somehow and add the context there, yeah, that would add a little bit of flavor into it. What's good, Andre? How they do?
Oh, what's up, bro?
Yeah, man. What's going on? Why do you think the country Congo is out here kicking out the East African Peace Force? I mean, isn't that supposed to be there to help them?
Nah. I feel like
Tell
it's,
me.
they maybe they want to have their interests, maybe their interests are not aligned with our interests. That's why they want to have maybe control over their regions, their sovereignty, because East African it's not a really strong community. It's not like the European Union, for example.
Hmm.
Yeah, they want to have like their own take on their politics. They don't want to follow. It makes sense. They kind of are the regional leader of their
Hmm.
region, and they don't want to give up, political quest that they want to achieve with their land and their conflicts, and they I don't think they enjoy other foreign entities joining in. And
Hmm.
it's really respectful, bro. Like, because you don't want to give up your. It's like, for example, you say it's like if Ethiopia joined East African Community, and it's like you let Ethiopia leave claims to their geographic problems that they have with their neighbors, and they don't want to do that because it's bigger than East Africa. For them, this is bigger. Like, this is a problem that they want to solve it themselves. Because they don't. If you meddle foreign entities, the problem gets blurred and it gets harder, and the foreign entities bring something, foreign rebels, for example, and that you don't want that in your nation. It should be the the government fighting that, instead of like foreign entities being there. Like, it's like East African Community doesn't even give humanitarian stuff, for example. It's just like Kenyan military, like Kenyan military, Uganda military, and these people have different strategic interests as well. They don't want to meddle that with their country, and they're very smart about that. This man is having, like, I think election is coming to uh, right. Election is coming, and he doesn't want to look bad. It's
Yeah,
like Mexico, like how
yeah.
they
Election
can
is
really
coming.
handle the yeah, how they can handle like a cartel, because like the other people will think that America coming in there with their military, they can solve the problem inside of Mexico when it comes to cartel. They really can, because like the geographic they know the Congo military, they can solve this. Besides, it's not gonna be as bloody, if you have one government involved, I think. Hey, Doctor, do you have something to say about that?
Greetings, greetings, Horner. Greetings, greetings.
What's
Well,
up?
Well, I'm good. I'm eating at the moment. All I'm gonna say is that Congo should have never been in the East African Union.
Okay, okay. So that's we'll get into that. I want to ask proud. I want to ask you, Andre. Right, you were saying that this is a nation that you think will be okay by itself. Right? Let me just watch. This is a bridge made in Congo. That's the president there. And I believe that's a light skinned African. I don't think she's a white woman. She just looks white, but I think it's a light skin. Let's watch this video. Watch. This is the ingenuity of the Congolese.
This is the moment a bridge collapsed in Democratic Republic of Congo as it was being inaugurated. In a video verified by Reuters, sharply suited dignitaries could be seen.
Stop the
Andre,
video. Stop. Can I give a reaction? Are you being serious? Are
yeah,
you
this
being
is real.
serious? No, 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 no. No, I'm gonna put what's it called? Bleach in my eyes. I can't believe this. Are you being serious?
This is real. This is actually real. Like that's a president there. Like I'll play again, but that's a president. That's some light skinned girl. I think she's Congolese. They were inaugurating the bridge, and the bridge. That's so like I don't know, man. Like
This is the moment a bridge collapsed in Democratic Republic of Congo as it was being inaugurated. In a video verified by Reuters, sharply suited.
Andre, those
Wait,
Africans.
I got my word is like this is a small bridge, and
And it
you know,
collapses.
and it collapsed. It's kind of sad, but you know what I seen is Mr. Peace coming to Africa. You know, you saw the video. He made like so many bridges, and they were well made. I feel like this is like have to do with the engineers. You know, the engineers not like failing like it's like
Andre, Andre,
someone has a fake degree there, you know, like who worked on this project.
Andre. You'd have to be negative good to make a bridge fall the first time it's getting used. As in, even if you just put logs of trees along across that bank over there, it would not have collapsed. All you have to do is just put a log, like a tree log, just cut them up and line them up. It wouldn't have collapsed. This looks like they were negative bad, Andre. You
No,
get it,
no,
right?
I am gonna say like maybe the person that made this bridge was not well educated on infrastructure. That's all I'm gonna say because like this is a small project, you know, it shouldn't fail this bad. You understand?
I don't want to say this, but Kazorian usually says this shit. But he might be right. It might have to do with IQ.
Like because look yeah, exactly, because I'm just I don't know, man. Like Congo's got all the resources in the world, right? Like it's got everything that's being traded
Kazori,
right now in the world.
Dr. K, let me ask you. India's got a population of 1 billion. Take the most. Do you think an uneducated Indian would build a shit bridge like this?
No, no. Like
Yeah.
as in I actually don't think you can even if I was like closing my eyes, I don't think I could build a bridge like this. That's
Kaizo, I disagree. Most dumbest, like when it comes to numbers, like most dumbest people, you will find them in all in Asia. In like most like 30% of India's population are like uneducated. You know that, right? Like they have no education background, and Congo, you gotta see, like Congo is like a society. It's not like Kenya where education is there, you know, like people focus on education. And look, Uganda, they focus on education. Uh, and I feel like
Andre,
you
you're missing the
find a good university. I'm not missing a point. I'm just saying like this is. I'm not surprised, you know. Congo Congo is not a well-educated country.
no, but for us black, I don't want to say this, but I think it has got something to do with civilization. Because there was a Chinese man. Keizo, have you watched that documentary, Tears of the Sun, Empire of the Sun? Dust. I'll send it to you. Even a Chinese man said to the Congolese man, "You gained independence from the Belgians 60 years ago, and in my country, we didn't have the latest train technology, but in your country, you did everything with the colonialists." And he was right about this. There's no denying this. Everything the colonialists have left for you, you should have learned from the colonialists. That's where the knowledge is transmitted and that. But instead, they went backwards and destroyed everything. And that Chinaman is not lying.
Yep, yep. Actually, yeah, Dr. R, I've seen that like a clip from that movie. I haven't seen the full movie, the documentary, but I saw the clip that you're referring to. It's sad actually because when you're looking at this situation, I think this is it's especially Congolese thing. I don't know. When I look at everything together, you're looking at it. These guys are blessed with everything. In Kenya, we don't even have resources. These guys have everything. They got lithium, they got cobalt, they got tantalite, they got gold, they got agricultural land. I mean, the land is very, very you know, arable for growing, but they got nothing
Wait,
else
Kaiser,
because
Kaiser,
they've
Kaiser.
not
Let
built
me
anything.
real question. I feel like Congo, they can be lazy, they can do nothing, but they sit on a like land of treasure. They will be rich. They can be lazy. They can be like not a well productive society, and they will be rich at the end. But like, what I'm asking you is, what other country do you think you're gonna find these kind of situation happening? Like a small bridge, like infrastructural failing, like collapsing down after like the first opening. What country you think you're gonna see it? Like, for example, can you like name me a country? That's what I'm saying.
Yep, yep. Kifaru, let me ask you a question. Shout out for joining the stream. But Congo, what's going on? Just before the election, the president, this is the president, by the way. Let me show you how competent the brother is. That's the president over there. That's a light
No,
skinned African.
this is a really old. This is just some low IQ engineers, man. This is
You
that's
know,
not the president.
Kifaru, we here will learn how to build a bridge with Legos, and they don't fail. But like, this is crazy to me.
So
How
what happened with is what happened is Africa. That's why I saw the. No, everyone
Okay,
can
so
talk shit.
let me give the
Everyone
context.
can
So
talk
this is the
shit
president,
about
as you can see.
Congo as if their own country is better. Everyone has
My
got so
Kenya
much
is
shit to
definitely
talk about that.
better, Kifaru. Kenya is
Yeah,
better
yeah,
than.
of course, Kenya. Yeah, yeah. I think, yeah, there's just so much on the head of Congolese. Sometimes, if you have nothing, maybe people live in peace. Everyone wants Congo, and we can say it from that point of view. There's so much pressure. Everyone, the West, everyone wants a piece of Congo. As we know, they can't work or they can't get what they want if that country is stable, if they have a dictatorship that controls everything. So creating chaos, I'm not blaming the West, 100%. Creating chaos is an easy way for you to get inside that mess, inside the mess, and extract your minerals and get what you're going and live without any accountability. Because if these people were actually paying for the actual cost or the value of these mineral resources, Congo will be really rich, but they don't want to. So they are using a strategy that works for them, and these stupid people don't even realize they're still fighting. I still tell them they need to come together. That is the only way Congo can strive. They themselves, the Congolese, they need to come together. If they don't, then it's just going to be one tribe, one rebel group over another rebel group. Because if you have money, Kenya, like you as well, Kenya can just say, you know what? There's some gold or some cobalt, whatever, in some part of Congo. I need to go get it. You just get some local people and arm them and say, "Oh, you need to protect me that area. I'm going to pay you this warlord." These people will just do it, and before you know, you have some Kenyan troops in that area, and you can say, "Oh, we're fighting peace," and you're extracting your minerals. And the thing is, they're even doing this extraction at a really low crowd level. Have you seen the mines? There's no machines. There's no like heavy equipment. So they're not actually even investing heavy machinery in Congo. It's local people digging the soil with their hands. It's really, really poor. It's really, really bad over there. But well, the Congolese need to stand up. I say people want to blame the West, but they need to come together. That is the only way they can survive this because the pressure is too much on them. Go ahead, Kaiser.
Yeah, no, great point there that you're making, Kifaro, about the machines, right? If you look at and shout out, guys. Sorry, my keyboard stopped working, so it's difficult for me to share my videos like usual. Right, I would have played a short clip right there showing Congolese kids and men literally digging for minerals using their hands, right, and
Mhm.
shovels, and literally standing on a mud hill where they could easily
Mhm.
die at any moment. You just think of it from
Mhm.
a safety perspective. Why would you want to put your people at risk while you're mining for things? At the very least, have some safety concerns. So yeah,
They don't
this is the kinds
care.
of stuff which I
Mhm.
right, right. So yeah, so
They don't
this.
know. You
Mhm.
understand? They don't know. And if you give a stupid low IQ African a gun, I think that's the only way for him to say you'd have to listen to me. You understand? You give him a gun and he thinks he's the president. He thinks he knows best. People scared of the gun. You know, Congo have got like all intellectuals in Congo, they are not they are living. I saw this doctor. He was actually trying to help women who suffer from rape, like war crimes, and they're trying to come. They're trying to come to his hospital, destroy his hospital, and kill him. You understand? So it's uh it's a hard one. Sometimes I say if Congolese, if they can't come together, then they'll have to split the country. They have to split the
Mhm.
country, and everyone
I
goes.
really think it's a bit too big, anyways. Congo is way too big. It does need to be
Yes,
split, don't you think?
yes, yes. It is really, really big. It is massive. It is massive. So did they live? What happened with Congo and the East African those days?
Mhm. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Where you're on and off, I can hear you and I cannot hear you at the same time. Bro, you need to invest in you need to get a mic. You know, you need to spend some money and get a microphone. You need to spend some money.
Yeah, sorry. Ignore me today. My keyboard isn't working properly, so I was trying to fix it, but
Bro,
I.
your keyboard, that is like $2. Go buy a new one, man. Come on.
Okay, okay. Uh, yeah, I'll go buy a new one tomorrow. I think it's $10 in Africa.
Exactly.
This is in Europe.
You are PSG. You can't be even like dusty Africans, man.
True, true, true. You're right. Okay, if I get a two, if I get a super chat, I'll buy one tomorrow. But right. Okay. So the question here, Kifaro, is why do you think he's kicking the EAC troops out right now? Also, we'll talk about Somalia a little bit later. It's official. I read this like a couple days ago. The arms embargo has been finally lifted against Somalia. Kifaro, I don't get these people at all, and this is why I hate
Mhm.
educated Africans. Right? Why would you put an embargo on a country that's trying to fight against terrorism in its own borders? I
I get it.
Again,
I get the idea. This is the idea. If you can't have accountability, okay, you can pump that country with arms. What happens if that arms gets back into the house of those terrorist group? What are you gonna do? That is the dilemma there. You
no,
understand? Because believe it or not, Al Shabaab is still very powerful in Somalia.
not really.
Well, that okay, but it's good that they've flipped the embargo now. It's good, so let them Somalis people let them take charge of their country because they said long time. Oh, we
This
can
applies
fight
to
because
this applies to African countries. Like, if you don't like that regime, they could just pose in sanctions, economic and arms embargoes upon your country. Like, look at Sudan. They manufacture their own weapons and they're under
Yep.
sanctions.
Yeah, but look at Sudan. Sudan is not stable, and that's part of that as well. You understand? Weapons is good
No,
if you can
no.
use it.
The point I'm trying to say to you is, if a country does not like you, they can impose
Yeah,
an
that's a
arms
good point.
embargo. Like what I'm trying to say is, a country should be self-sufficient and manufacture its own weapons. Ethiopia
Yes,
manufactures its own weapons.
yes,
I'll give an
yes.
example. I'll give an example. What if Ethiopia imported, let's say, 90 or 100% of its weapons, and these countries said, "There's a war going on in that country. We need arms." No, we're not going to give it to you. The Tigray would have obviously overthrew Addis Ababa within minutes if it wasn't for
Yeah,
the arms industry.
yeah. You know, I like arms, but to me, it should be controlled by a state with people who are okay. Because look, you just mentioned Ethiopia. The Tigrayans, these people have got guns. And the other side, I don't know, Amhara or whatever. That's why the conflict in Ethiopia was really, really deadly. That's why the AU needs to had to intervene. Because when these people they have like real arms, give arms to Africans, it's a risk. That's the thing. We don't still know how to manage arms. If we can chop people's head up with machete, to me it's a good thing for us to have our own arms
You
built.
said you said you said you said machete, right? Yeah. You do
Yeah.
realize that you just reminded me of the Rwandan genocide of the 90s. If you watch the film Hotel Rwanda,
Hmm.
in the middle of the part of the film, they're at the warehouse, and the guy in the forklift driver, he's lifting a box. The box fell onto the floor. It was full of machetes. Africans in that country were killing each other with machetes in the 90s. $1, $2.
Exactly. Exactly. So what if they had
So
guns?
the point I'm trying to make is, should we impose a ban on machetes?
No, no. Machete, where it's like a knife. How do you impose embargo on a knife? People gonna use knife anyway,
No,
to
but it
just
doesn't matter. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, first of all, I'll use another argument. Have you heard of 3D printed guns?
of course.
In America, let's say, for example, you're the government and I got registered as firearm, and you don't like me because of my political views, but you don't know that I got a workshop in my house and you haven't seen it, and I can make weapons, and I got a 3D printing machine. And you take my gun away from me, but I've got a M16 assault rifle that I just manufactured or printed out, and you don't know
Yeah,
about.
that's true. I know to me, people might not believe with me, guns is not the solution for Africa still. You understand? I don't think we are mature enough to
No,
deal
no,
with
no,
it.
no. I'm saying it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Let's say if I'm in a country, let's say like UK. Let's say if I'm in my house, I'm eating my food, and a man kicks down my door, and I don't know who this man is. He wants to harm me and attack me. And let's say if I kill this man, I'll give you a case in the UK that happened like 23 years ago. The farmer, they kept breaking. There was a case of a farmer whose farm kept being broken into by these people. One day, he had his shotgun ready and he was sitting down in his chair, and the
Mhm.
people came and he caught them and he shot them,
Yeah.
and he went to prison, and he was defending his property.
Yes, yes, that's true. There's always the good and the bad side. That's why up to now, like you can't take guns from Americans because people will say if you take guns from Americans and the guns get into the hands of the bad guys, we can't protect ourselves. It's always that argument, up and against. But I understand. No, there's law in America. You shoot someone, you're found guilty, you go to jail, you save your time. But in Africa, you can just, there's no still, it's still really, really, to me, they should have guns in Africa, but that should be in the hands of the military or what law enforcement officers. If they can control those weapons, it doesn't matter. They can have as much as they want. But if everyone in a country has got an AK-47 in Africa, that's bloody chaos. I know Africans, that's
Yeah,
just
so
bloody chaos.
I generally agree with you, and I think I'll resolve both yours and Dr. R's point, which is African nations need to be independent in acquiring the arms to fight off against militants. And 3D printed weapons is a great way, right? They can be controlled, Kefaro, just like the way things are controlled right now. The government majority owns these 3D printers. They make sure if anyone's caught with them, of course, they punish them. As you get the point, Kefaro. But this
Yeah.
whole idea that we keep relying on the West, because Dr. R had a great point, Kifaro, that you may not have appreciated because he didn't.
No, no, I understand. I accept with him. We don't need to import weapons. We need to build them
Yeah,
ourselves. So all this embargo, whatever, it should not be our issue. If we are importing, that's why they can say don't import. But if we build them ourselves, they've got no control over it. I get what you meant.
Okay. So we'll come back to Somalia in a little bit later on. So the question is, and we got Caesar here as well. Shout out to you for joining. And yeah, Caesar, I'll respond to your message later. Usually I'm pretty busy, so that's why I don't respond usually real time. But Caesar, the question is this, right? Congo right now, the president, right? This let me show you who the president is, right, and how competent the president is, so that we all are on the same page, right? This president literally said, "Hey, look, no more East African community soldiers. We don't want them here." Right? This is just literally like 6 months after allowing them to actually operate into the nation. Now, for me, I'm thinking the reason why this is the case, why he's asking them to leave, is because he just wants there to be chaos so that the election doesn't take place and he can maintain power. A perfect example of this is the Ethiopian Prime Minister, Abiy Ahmed. Abiy Ahmed should have left power a long time ago, but he hasn't. Do you know why? Because
where's
of the
the
war in Tigray.
president?
This is the president over there. You can see that guy.
Come
over
on,
there.
man. That's not the president of Congo. That's not just a guy.
It looks like the president enough, right?
No.
So it looks like him. So, bro,
no,
it looks like
nothing
him.
like him. Come on, Kaiser. Stop spreading false information.
Oh, okay. So fine.
Oh, I know this video. Play the video.
Yeah.
You play, but this is Congo. It doesn't stop. It doesn't remove. The president doesn't look any different, right?
Congo president
It's
is
not
more
like the
elegant.
president.
It's a big guy, always working with military. This not his state, some local chief somewhere in the village. Yeah, I saw the bridge.
Okay, so let me show you. This is Congolese engineering, and this is what Congo will do when left to them. Right?
Kaiser, come on, we don't know what's happening here.
This is the moment a bridge collapsed in Democratic Republic of Congo as it was being inaugurated. In a video verified by Reuters, sharply suited dignitaries could be seen gathered on the footbridge.
What kind of bridge is that, first of all? Who's going to pass on that bridge? Is it bicycle or whatever?
No, it doesn't matter. Kifaru, I've seen in Kenya bridges made by dusters just putting a log of tree on the ground. This has never happened. Just by putting a log on the ground, the bridge would have been good. So these guys would have had to be so bad at engineering.
I don't think engineers build this. This is just some corruption. And
they even got a white woman to help them inaugurate the bridge.
That's not a white woman. It's a bleached Congolese woman.
Oh, no, that's African. It's light skin, just very light skin. Yeah, that's the African woman. Yeah, it looked like a white woman if you look at it from the first page there, but as you get closer, you see the features. You see that's African features.
Okay.
You get it? Yeah, that's an African woman. It just looked white from a different angle. So let me ask you a question. If a country can't even build a bridge, I'm talking about a bridge. Maybe it was built for pygmies. Pygmies are a little bit lighter. So if they stepped on the bridge, maybe the load wouldn't have been too much. But can you trust a country that can't even build a basic bridge? Dusty Kenyans in Kibera can build a better bridge than this, and they have. By just putting a log on the ground.
You're just taking this out of context, man. This is not. These people don't represent Congo in any way. This is
really
just some local.
Honestly,
yeah.
I think they do represent Congo in some way. Let's just be honest, they do represent Congo in some way. This is an infrastructure problem we have all across Africa, where you build a road, it doesn't last longer than 5 years. This is a common issue.
Yes, in all over Africa, yeah. I've seen buildings in China collapse as well, with their best engineers. So, but this is nothing.
You can't compare China that builds. No,
that's a building, right? That's a building.
Well, what I'm trying to say, this is wrong. I'm
different.
not trying to say this is anything good, but this is poor management. So many things are wrong in this project. If you want to see what happened, look at even the tubes that they use. What is that? There's just so many things that's wrong with the whole video. But yeah, it was better to just put a log for people to cross over. It was
on paper, Congo should. We really do need to study how.
So the reason
have resources, Congo should be a superpower. They should be a superpower. By every why they have the resources, they have the population, they have everything. Why?
Yep. I think it's IQ. Like I've mentioned it before, but I think some.
No, well,
Remember
it's
when
I
the
think.
Belgians left Congo? They only left like 10 high school educated Congolese. Go
uh,
ahead.
Yeah, I think
Go
there's
ahead.
pressure. There's
Kifaro.
so much pressure on the Congolese. You understand? Everyone wants
Go ahead.
a bite of Congo. They don't want the. If Congo was a poor country, and not they had nothing, nobody will have time for them. But there's so much. Even Africans country now want to load. They can come together, and that is the biggest problem I see. That they can't come together. They just can't come together and say, well, people are just taking a piece from us. We need to come together and sort ourselves out. I don't know why they can't do it. They just want to dance and no, I don't know. I think everything is okay. But
And shake their behinds. Shake their behinds like that video 10 years ago by that Chinese guy who was in Congo trying to build railways. If you don't remember, was it the Empire of Dust? Is that not on Congo?
I
Hello?
don't I don't know. I don't know. The Chinese are not even helping Congo.
Wait.
They
Did they
come
just
in,
copy me and
establish
call our own
really
movie Empire of
artisanal
Dust?
industry and exploit people. So
Yeah, it was called the Empire of Dust. Remember that one of the Chinese guy who went to Congo and he was doing infrastructure projects? Was it called Empire of Dust?
Yeah, Zulia. Let me share a clip from this. Right. So this is the movie. Chinese man working in Africa, telling his honest opinion about African men and women in leadership positions and in Congo. Let's see what they say.
政府办事的效率太低太低，我们就是
exactly.
Government is very ineffective. They've been doing negotiations since New Year, and I'm guessing New Year is a long time away from now.
这都谈了，在春节左右的时候就开始谈，现在已经半年了。
Half a year talking without any results.
您请答复。刚才说是你们受
You are governed by European country for so long. You should have learned how things work. It was did that long ago, only 50 years. We celebrated independence just a few weeks ago.
就是50年以前，你不是受
Up until then, you were under colonial rule.
代代往传下来。
Experience should have been passed
文
on.
明越发达了，
Only that way you
越
can
到越
develop.
落后了。
You went backwards, not forward.
把原有留下的东西你根本都没有。
You neglected the things others left you. So, you know what? He's not wrong here, man.
Yes.
Really think about it. China didn't even have technology when the Europeans first met them, right? But we did. We actually were left with things. Why didn't Congo move forward? Why did they move backwards? Congo's gone backwards. Congo is actually a rich country during Belgian rule. Right now, it is a big S-hole. And it's sad to see our people out here suffering like this.
My question is this, Kurt. I'll make this brief. Kenya is just leaving that peacekeeping mission today, isn't it? Today was the last day when the Kenya-led forces are supposed to end their mission in Congo, right?
Yes,
I don't know. Maybe yes.
Yeah. Because I heard it on The Economist today, and the mission has failed. So I asked the question: what the hell is Kenya even bothering with Haiti if they can't fix a country that's nearby, let alone a country that's? I'm being serious. This is a serious question. I mean, honestly, bro, I'm being honest. Is Kenya that broke that they're basically just doing whatever it takes?
Yes,
to earn money?
they just want money, man. Yep.
Yeah,
So
but
broke,
this
right?
is the thing. It's complex for Kenya to go to Congo. They'll have to fight armed militias like rebels. But in Haiti, it's the police. It's different. It's not the military. It's a complete different scenario. That's why people don't understand. It's Kenyan police, not Kenyan military. So it's just for civil unrest, like rioting. That's what I think.
Okay, that's a good point. Kifaro. But yeah, so let's finish this video and then we'll let in Felipe come through.
保护去利用它，反而都遭到毁灭性的重创，就成了这样子的话。
Bro, I pray to God more Chinese men come to Africa and marry African women and produce mixed race babies, man, because that's the only hope that Congo has.
Stop.
His booty clapping is beginning again, just so it.
他是就是中国说的那句话，今人有酒今人醉，明人没酒喝凉水，就是。
No, this one is so true. Africans love drinking alcohol, especially east looking Africans, right? And also Central Africans, Ugandans, Kenyans, and I guess Congolese. They love alcohol. Yes, and they drink it like water. Every Kenyan I know is an alcoholic. Even I've become an alcoholic because of this culture. These people love this shit and they can't afford it, right? The kids ain't got no clothes. The kids ain't got no school fees. But at the end of the night, they're eating nyama choma, right, with their side woman and drinking alcohol all night. This one is true.
就这样。在这个消费观念上的话，中国人和他们这个刚果人，他们受比利时这个西方影响绝对不同。他们有钱没钱啊，该消费照消费，那潇洒的很。一发工资那几天特别潇洒。比利时我没有。
Now let me prove it. You guys know about the suppos, right? In Congo, I believe it's there, the Congo Brazzaville, but it's the same thing. People living in poverty, living in mud huts, are out here buying expensive French designer clothes rather than fixing their families and taking in a kid.
Some stupid culture. It's got no. At least if you want to be sape, you can be sape in an African way, so that you can help promote your own fabric in Africa, your own local economy. You're not helping the economy anyway in doing that nonsense, sapelogy. And it's like a religion. They have a prayer. They have their own. It's just crazy if you know how deep it is. They have songs and praises to sapology, prayer. It's like a court, some nonsense thing.
Yep. That's 100% true.
有直接接触的我，但是我接着他们这些人，因为他受比利时这个影响，应该是我想也是这样子的。男的也是，你有钱那几天狂的很着了，过两天就蔫了，他回来了，再没几天就开始给你借钱了。所以他们喝酒，让他们说喝酒，他喝不了多少，他就喜欢那个，喝酒吧里喝一喝，屁股扭一扭啊，那这扭屁股这真是一绝啊，这确实是一绝啊。
That's true about Africans, man. They just love shaking their ass. The moment they hear a song, they just want to start moving and shaking their ass. That's all they love. It's true. African culture is just shaking ass.
But there's nothing bad in there. If that is the only thing we do, then that's the problem, you know. If we only do and dance. Yeah. And this Chinese man might be nobody in China.
This one is, you cannot tell, you don't know how true this is. You know, in Africa, so let me give you an example. If you drive Uber and you own the car, you can make easily $1,000 a month in Nairobi or other areas around Nairobi. However, let's say you have a job and you have your own car. You can't risk giving that car to another person to drive it because they're going to damage it. He's not, bro, this is why in my, I don't want to do this. Because I was thinking, I can just split the money. He can give me $500 a month. He can take his $500. Everybody's happy. No, they would damage your car. Like, Africans are very rough. I remember when we first moved to the UK, we used to break everything, right? Me and my sister would fight. We'd break the door, literally, like physically break the glass. Everything in the house used to get broken. The
so
Xbox.
you're fighting with a woman?
No, I was young too, right? But point is when I went to the UK when we were young, we used to break everything in the house, and we thought to ourselves, man, things in the UK are made so easily to break. Then we realized after a while that we were the ones who were uncivilized. We didn't know how to handle things, so that's why whenever we touched anything that would break, we had to be civilized in the whole process in the UK. In Africa, people are so rough with things. Instead of using their brain and thinking, does this fit in that hole? Like, basic, those toys that they make kids play where they like fit Legos? In Africa, people don't want to think. They just force things. So this is so true. I used to be like this before the UK civilized me. I know it for a fact it's true.
Are you still doing all them rotten things we done? If you've got some spare time, why don't you learn to pray? You can help
到处的这个基础设施都很差。
Yeah, that's true.
作为一个国家的公民，你都不了解你国家的情况。
Avec lui, quand on parle, tu auras l'impression comme si c'est chamaillant. Sa façon de parler.
你真的是很懒，
你要干什么？
不是我干什么，你都不准备一下，把这盖怎么叠呀？这盖一下，你看我都在这做着准备，你这真的是。
Shut up, man. At least this Chinese man is changing Africa one step at a time. That's why they're showing different Chinese men with Chinese women. That's the hope of Africa.
They can
Mixing
never
out
try
the
that
best.
in my area.
Maybe the hope of East Africa. Maybe you can take that. You can take the Chinese.
See, look, I think we're being too. My critique of Congo and most African nations is that they're not even real governments. I mean, these people, they don't even have a 1-year plan,
Yes.
a 5-year plan, a 2-year plan. You know how you have a plan for your life? These leaders don't even have plans for their country. So I don't take them seriously. I don't even take Congo seriously. Like, I don't blame the people. I don't think there's even a plan. Does Congo have a plan? I mean, I'm just curious. Like, I don't take them seriously. So
They don't. They just live in one day to the next.
Does the president have a 1-year plan for the Democratic Republic of Congo? Like, these are our goals. These are our metrics. We want unemployment.
I think his only plan.
You know what I mean?
His only plan is to stay in power as long as he can. Nothing else.
And that's the issue.
I know. It's so sad. You know, this is the thing. You know, I've been to some Congolese channels, but what they even bothered about, I don't really understand. You know, I don't know what's happening. I don't understand. I don't know why they just like they don't care. If they've had enough, you know. So many of them. I've met so many Congolese. They say they're not going to Congo. They're scared of their lives. And how long?
The only hope for these nations, which is why I'm cool with like coups and all that stuff, is a coup by someone who's smart. That's really the only hope for these countries. The leaders don't really know what they're doing. They don't really have a plan. They're freestyling. That's why they raise their kids abroad, because in their minds, they know they don't have the knowledge. And they say, okay, let me send my children abroad. Let them learn what the white man knows, because they know deep down they don't know what they're doing. So the only hope for these countries is some kind of coup by someone who's actually knows what they're doing. That's the only hope.
Yeah, the Congo is so big. You can't do a coup. It needs to be multiple coups. Maybe that's what's happening. Those rebel leaders are little coups on your own. You understand? To do a coup, a national coup in Congo, it's gonna be so difficult. It's just so massive. A lot of people, because East Congo and West Congo is like 2 different countries. They even speak 2 different languages.
That's a good point. So let's bring in Felipe. Felipe, what's your thoughts on the discussion so far? You can go from anywhere, politics, economy, or peace and stability. And what Congo can do, if they can do anything, right? Are they just too low IQ? Because I remember I did a show and I said the Belgians left like 5 Congolese people with a high school diploma, like no people with a degree. So how is it that those people are supposed to run a system that they were left behind? Meanwhile, countries like Kenya, Tanzania, these people, Nigeria, were left with so many, actually educated people who had PhDs and masters and stuff. So, yeah, what's your thoughts on the discussion so far?
Good morning, panel. You lured me in here, Kaizo. I'm busy as hell, but this is a great topic, and you're making the whole panel and hello panel are making great commentary on this. We just have to kind of go back and look at a couple of things. One thing off the top, which is what lured me in here, was for some reason, I've noticed that there's a reluctance among Africans generally, and I'm saying both the diaspora, the ones that were enslaved, and the ones on the continent, not to do reverse engineering of technology. When we do it as a one-off, not as something to be mass produced. And so the point that the Chinese man made in the film is extremely painful but accurate. And what I mean by that is this. Kaiser, I've been on your show before and I've talked about at the time, which this is critical for the development of the continent, at the time of enslavement, the African kings had access to muskets. We had guns. We didn't have a lot of them. And we had not reverse engineered the technology, the kings, their empires. For some reason, they just bought them as finished products. They didn't look at that technology and see this is something that we need to have to defend ourselves. And that mentality, for some reason, still exists both in the diaspora and on the continent. We see it all the time over social media of African people inventing incredible things. Televisions that work without being plugged into the wall, without electricity, that recycle. I just saw one last week of an electric car that an African young man created that recharges the battery. You don't need the charging station. We create the technology, but we don't reverse engineer it in a way to mass produce it. And I just don't understand why. It's gotta be a cultural thing that we adapt to move forward. So that's one thing I want to throw to the panel, and then we'll move forward from there.
That's a really, really great point, actually. Yeah, we don't do it. To me personally, I do think it's the fact that we're too divided with tribes and cultures and stuff, so that when someone gets a good idea, we just don't see the value in it. I think that, okay, look, Felipe, it's something I've noticed about Africans, and I live with an African, right? My girlfriend is an African. One thing I realize about Africans is they're short-sighted. To them, they cannot see the future, right? And John Beatty, and whether you guys are going to come for me on this, but he's a Kenyan philosopher who wrote on specifically two Bantu tribes, Kikuyus and I believe Kamba. And he talked about how in their languages there were no concepts of like future tense for time. So what that means is, if you extrapolate that, is these cultures grow, and Africans only believe in the past, the present, and the immediate future, meaning the future that they can actually see. For example, tomorrow the sun's going to rise, right? They know the basic stuff that they can predict the future, but they can't think, okay, so Europeans came, they conquered us, they stole some of us and forced us to sell the others. Okay, they used this thing called a gun or whatever, musket, or whatever it was at that time, and they also had this thing called gunpowder. If we just simply find a ways to make these two products ourselves, or at least acquire it at high levels, this might really change everything. The Europeans literally sent people to China, right, in order to actually acquire the knowledge. That was espionage, right? Europeans didn't get the knowledge for free. They literally stole it when they went to China. So the issue that, Felipe, I think, to answer your question honestly, is here's the issue. I think as a nation, we can't see the future. That I think that is just something we have to come to terms with. Of course, individuals can, right? I can, I'm sure people in the panel can, but generally speaking, compared to at least Europeans, we cannot see the future. And again, the abstract future, the uncertain future, we can only see the immediate future of things that are like repetition, like the sun rising and the moon, or things like that. So meaning we do need to find a way to actually put people who can think in a European sort of way in power. Otherwise, we're never going to develop in the rate. But yeah, go ahead, Chillins.
No, it's Dr. R. Dr. R supposed to go next, doesn't
he? Go ahead. What do you think? Greetings, Chicken and Grits. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. If you've got, Mr. Felipe, I love you, my brother. I know we operate morning time right now, but these guys are probably like evening, afternoon, or whatever, since they're like miles and miles away from us. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening for wherever you are in this world. It's interesting that you pointed out, we was talking about the Congo, and you was interesting talking about certain Africans in general don't look at the future. But then again, we could use that test test of, the situation that happened about Botswana. Obviously, the leadership there, you was like saying, you did mention that the Congo only had 6 people who were educated. What I recall in regards to Botswana history, the British didn't build anything. And these people pretty much probably engulfed in their minds the value of getting an education. So they created schools. And from that, and from the, I guess, the founding of diamond mines with De Beers, it seemed maybe with the Botswana's case, maybe because they have a dominant tribe or ethnicity in that country. That's what I think I forgot what they call it, Satana or something like that. That's like 80% of the population.
They called after the name of the country. Tswana.
Right. Botswana. That's why they were able to get things done. And obviously the leadership there did have a concept of the future, which made them who they are today in comparison to other African nations.
Chicken and grits. Don't forget they're also homogeneous as well.
Right. They are homogeneous. That's what I meant to say. Also, Kesa, hopefully you cover our region of the world, because things are heating up. Even though I don't think a war will happen between Venezuela and Guyana. It's pretty much interesting as far as what's going on there. But going back to this topic, I think we could take another example, in Africa and help replicate it. And I totally agree with everything what Philip said in regards to, in regards to invention, and then, Holloway people are kind of like lackluster. And I love your explanation. And you said it was pretty much a lot to do with tribalism is the reason why things are not moving forward.
Chicken and grits. I mentioned this earlier to Kazorian regarding civilization, and he mentioned Nigeria and Kenya and another country. I forgot the third country he mentioned. If you look at Nigeria and Kenya, these countries were built by the British and they had education, compared to, let's say, to Somalia or Botswana, as those two countries are homogeneous. They're not built by anybody.
Right. Totally agree.
Okay, I wanted to kind of come back to this too, and great responses from everybody. I did want to say one thing, which is we tend to be very critical and assume stupidity on our own part in some cases, where it actually is, in my view, a problem of structure and system. So I agree with what Kaizo put forward. I agree with everything that was said, actually. Chitlin and Grits, everybody said something really thoughtful on this. The one thing, though, is I think it has to do with the structural development of agriculture and food development. Meaning, if you are constantly in struggle or crisis mode to produce enough food, which is affected by the weather, then your projection of planning into the future is different. And so I went back, because that China was developed on an ancient clan system, and those clans were developed upon having one common ancestor, okay? And then they had to pay basically a tax system to the emperor, right? And so this is how you have, if you go and look at the martial arts movies and stuff, a lot of that stuff you'll see in the themes of the films, that it was about tax collection. But what I was going to say about that in relation to African groups, and I think this is also true in the diaspora, because I'm of the view, and people may disagree with me, that a lot of what you see among even Black Americans is a form of tribalism that was recreated, really, out of the faux culture that was given us in slavery. Meaning, I see gang warfare as African tribalism. I see many of the conflicts that we're having online with the FBA and ADOS versus Pan-Africanness as a form of tribalism. That it's the same energy, just a different permutation created by the structure in which we operate. But what I was trying to get at here is this, that Africa and Africans are the most diverse group of people on the earth. And so when you have a lot of diversity, then it only becomes a weakness if you don't have an overlay of system to get them to work together. So traditionally, how that was done in the ancient world was through religion. If you get everybody to believe the same religion, then you create a common value system in which you can get diverse groups of people to all row in the same direction. However, those religions, in most cases in Africa, were not indigenous religions. They were religions from outside of us that we took on. So they don't serve us the same way because they're not created by us. They're created by others to serve them. And then you get into this whole kind of discussion of the rejection of African spiritual practice. But what I'm trying to get at here is there's a very basic problem, and it's true in the Black diaspora in the Americas, and it's also true on the continent. And that is that our cultures need to be revamped or redeveloped so that we can work in the same direction and have the same values towards circulating income and reverse engineering the information and technology that's given to us. Now, how it's going to be done, I think that you have to tap into people's greed, unfortunately, because that's the only thing left, unfortunately, that seems to unify us. I don't see, when you try to, and this argument exists on this platform a lot, when you try to bring disparate Africans together to try to say, how do we row in the same direction? The only thing that we seem to agree on is we want to get rich and make money, which is a terrible value to make your common denominator. But in lack of another denominator, which, the high principled stuff doesn't seem to work, this seems to be the only way. So if it's the only way, then you have to come up with a structure that works towards people's greed. Like, for example, Kaizo, you raised an excellent point about being rough on equipment and why this tends to happen. You have to show a reward to that driver economically for treating the equipment well, which is freaking terrible because it makes it way more expensive. But I think that it's something that we should consider. So that's a lot. I gave a lot there. I'm going to throw that to the panel and see what you guys think.
Yeah, I mean, I think the panel went quiet because you're too high IQ for them. I think Kifaru has never had such a high IQ man before, and his small pygmy brain went into silence. Philip, I don't know if you want to say something there, Chitlins, but the thing with dialogue, and I think it's actually the point that came into my mind while you're speaking, is that you need dialogue to actually have a point made and then a point obviously contrasted and compared for it to actually stick. Because let's say if I was to make all those points in one, let's say, paragraph, the point will be so lost in so many different angles. So it's actually good for the point to stick and then someone else to come in and add or take away from that point. I think that's when really ideas kind of stick a little bit further. But yeah, go ahead, Chitlins.
Yeah. The interesting thing about the tribalism versus Crips and Bloods, it's kind of a hard comparison to make.
There's no comparison.
It is. I mean, the worst case scenario I ever seen across the African continent, and I have friends from that country. It's a Sudanese situation. That's beyond the Crips and Bloods. Crips and Bloods will not bomb a hospital or anything that's remotely destructive. What's going on over there?
But can I throw something to you? I'm not saying it's exactly the same. I'm saying
yeah. I know you're not. I know you're not.
Okay, there you go. Because let's be fair, Africa is Africa. The diaspora is the diaspora. So I do understand that. Continue.
Yeah, because our mindsets. I think the problem what happens is our mindsets are very, very different. Even though it's hard for me to believe that certain Africans, say, when he left to other countries and went to the West, that's when he became black. But then again, I question that due to the fact that the difference between blacks and whites, especially when you have tourists in your countries, and you pretty much cater to that white tourist. So you do know the concept of white and
black. Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, but I pretty much agree everything with with most apart with Philip was saying. Very, very profound thinker. It is a big disconnect between a tribalistic mindset versus diaspora mindset. Even within a diaspora, we also have differences of mindsets, especially when you grapple with the Anglosphere versus the Latin sphere. So it's differences across not just within continental wise, but even between the same region.
Sometimes I think you need to oppress Africans for a long time before they get sense. You understand what I mean?
What do you mean by that?
That's already been done, Kifaru.
I mean, in the same way like it has been done in the Americas?
Yes, like in Americas or South Africa. You understand? That way, then you understand the importance of living like together. You start having value for your own selves. I don't think we've not had it enough. Most of the times we are the ones fighting ourselves. They've not really been an external factor like in South Africa where we had settled people who were actually in total control. People talk about the Congo, but King Leopold, they don't know King Leopold never set foot in Congo. And I think if you realize it was some other Congolese and some other people joining, and it was one particular tribe. It's maybe they didn't have it enough. Maybe they need some external factor.
Didn't they bring those people from West Africa to oppress the Congolese, including the locals?
Yeah, it's always some locals, always some sellout,
Kifaru, I want to ask you a question. Like, why is it easy for the Bantus to be easily oppressed compared to other groups? Like, bring in people from the outside and they'll do the job, or get the locals to do it. That's a fact.
I don't know why you make that conclusion. Why do you say so?
If you look at each African country, is always the local tribe cooperating with the foreigner in doing his bidding.
I just think it's just because the majority, so we see them more. There are other shit going on in other people's other community, but we don't see them, just because there's so many of us. That's why people might say it. But I think if you go into each communities, there's a lot of shit going on into other communities. That's what I believe. I don't really see.
I see what Kifaru is saying, because historically you're pretty much correct. I mean, you always had dissenting groups versus other groups. A good example is the Aztecs. If it wasn't for other Native Americans joining or Cortez in defeating the Aztecs, the Spanish would have never won.
Exactly. That's the point I wanted to make to Kifaru, relating to Congo.
No, that's it's okay. So why this guy just say, I don't want to make it a Somali thing. Yeah, they say Al-Shabaab is oppressing other Somalis.
Everybody, come on the mic, man, if you want to say that.
Yeah, there's all those things, sometimes people just have so much nonsense to say, but I get it. No, to me, I think the problem in Africa is leadership, it's leadership. And again, people don't really care about some other communities because they've got nothing to benefit from. You understand? There's always the interest. There's always the interest. America or whatever country is not going to spend millions to sponsor a terrorist group or a rebel group in Cameroon because they don't have money. They don't have much to gain from there. You understand? The West always works as a business, but I think they've sat down. They say, okay, if we can secure land in Congo, then we can do a business. I think that pressure is upon them. What are they going to do in those desert country to get what? Nothing. It's not because they don't have. It's a business. War is a business. So you need to gain something from it. If you don't have anything to gain from it, why do you invest in it? That's how I say it. That's how I say it. Congo is the richest country. I think that's one of the main reasons they suffer.
I just want to keep jumping off what you're saying. Basically, I don't want to talk about the problems because, I mean, there's a lot. We know why there's a lot of problems. I think the only one major solution moving forward is similar to how the Chinese or just how their immigrant groups come to a region and they all congregate in one area and kind of quote unquote take it over. I think that's really the only solution. It's similar to a coup, right? Africans who kind of get it, right, need to take over a city, take over a region, and do things the right way, and then start from there, right? I think one weird thing is, I mean, everyone kind of goes back to their own city, which I don't know how helpful that is versus us all going to one place. But then how do you choose that place? Blah 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 blah. But that's one real solution. All these people who are smart. If everyone who thought like us, like a million of us, all moved to Botswana. I mean, what's the population of Botswana anyway? You see how it would change everything? So there you go.
Not necessarily. Botswana is 2 million people, but look at Gambia and the situation in Gambia. Gambia has the same population of Botswana.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, actually, let me just come in there, right? And let me kick Caesar a little bit. Caesar, you guys, that's lazy thinking that size matters, right? Look at the smallest countries in Africa. Most of them are poor. So there's no correlation that suggests that small countries somehow have better economies.
That's just you guys didn't hear what I said. So when I brought up size, I meant like take over a country. Like, what's the population of Botswana? If 1 million of us smart blacks, quote unquote, move to Botswana, we would dramatically change the way things are done there, right? That's what I meant by size. Sorry, I was misunderstood earlier. That's my bad.
No problem.
You could easily take over the country of Botswana for economically, since it's a small country, and you can be a millionaire in that country.
I mean, I'm talking about all these ideas you guys we have, right? You go to a country like Botswana, they would love to have immigrants. There's only 2 million. If 1 million, you can't find 1 million blacks around the world. 1 million of the top blacks move to Botswana.
Why would only the top blacks go there? Won't you have all the bottom shelf blacks going there too and turn it into Burundi as well? So that's not the issue. Sure. That's not the problem.
We're not going to let the Dusties in. Come on. Why would we let the Dusties in?
Okay, then so let me ask you, right? How are you going to orchestrate this, right? How are you going to allow only, top shelf blacks to come through?
Easy, very easy. I'll explain it to you. If you want to, in order to come into Botswana, you have to have your education, you have to be educated or wealthy. Simple as. And if you want to be a citizen of the country, you have to basically pay $300,000 in buying a property or citizenship. And before that, we have to do checks on you. And if you're educated, you got to have an IQ of 100 to come in.
I mean, yours is more restrictive than mine. I would have just said, if you're educated in any way or you have some kind of skill, we have a list of skills, plumber, all these kind of skills people have, just like how that's how visas work, right? If you have a degree or you have some certain skill that we highlight that's required, or, if you're a woman, you can come in. So, yeah.
Can I throw something in here, brothers?
Of course.
Just for a moment. Look, what we're essentially having now is the debate between W.E.B. Du Bois and the Talented Tenth versus Garveyites and the Nation of Islam. Basically, the Garveyites and the Nation of Islam believe that you could take the common man, the most dusty, I think that's the language we get use on this channel, the most dustiest of dusty, and usually they are from the underclass and sometimes from the prisons, and convert those men into new men, either the Nation of Islam soldiers, if you will, or the Garvey various entrepreneurial efforts. The other contrasting view of that was the W.E.B. Du Bois view that you take the most talented of talented and let them set the framework for which the larger group of Blacks operate. And I think at the end, Du Bois, because you know he winds up in Ghana after they prosecute him for taxes, just like they prosecuted Garvey for taxes, that he comes to realize that if you build from the top down, there will always be some dissenting group within your group that will be used to destroy what you built. And that unfortunately seems to be the story of Africa, that nation after nation, you can see where the Europeans are able to slide in there, usually on some sort of trade basis, find the group that is disaffected by the top-down leadership and use them as a proxy to split the state. You can see it happening right now in Ethiopia with the Tigray, right? But you can go across the continent and see it again and again and again. They run. It's almost like in sports, they're running the same pick and roll, But I'm going to throw that out there to say again, it has to be a value reassessment to be able to get all of us on the same page. What value do we have that is unifying across culture, across ethnicity? Do we have any? The religious one is a loser for the reason that I said. It's not indigenous to Africa, most of the religions that we're practicing. And so you have these weird kind of terrible looks of like Mzungu Jesus statues throughout the continent, and people basically attacking each other for disrespecting a Muhammad that's non-African. I'm throwing that out to say, look, it is possible to build. Congo can be rebuilt, but this is why I said they may need a pause on elections, because the election structure, particularly the Western election structure, doesn't work really for Africans because we're too diverse. We have too many ethnic groups. So I'm going to throw that back to the panel. I interrupted. I believe Caesar was speaking, so I'm throwing it back.
That's a really great point. I don't want to flex me being American too much, but I do love the American philosophy. I don't believe in elitism. For me, when I talk about skills, I'm really not just educated people. I mean, if you have a skill, if the society, if you have a skill, plumbing, or I don't know, you know how to make bricks. I mean, whatever skill that the society needs. I mean, you just prioritize getting those kind of people inside your country. That's kind of how I look at things. I don't really believe in like, oh no, let's do IQ tests at the borders. I mean, what IQ test? I mean, what does that even mean? I think that doesn't really make any sense. But yeah, that's just my perspective. The reason why I'm so like focused on the people who are already talented or skilled in some way is that there's a lot of people who aren't skilled in any way. And I'm not saying they can't get skills, but like they should be following orders and not giving orders. That's just the honest truth, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's that.
So let me come in quickly here and shout out to sponsor of this stream, John Zola with $5. Appreciate the support. I will go buy a new keyboard tomorrow, so thank you very much. Recipe Dusties, make sure you like and share the video. Let me comment something that Felipe said that I actually agree on, right? Or rather, something he said I'm going to make a comment about. So in all these Pan-African movements, right, there's this issue of trying to, like, we're the only race, right? And I say this, We're the only race that is so focused on bringing up everyone, right? Like the biggest dusties to the same equality level. No, we're supposed to be working with elites, right? If Dr. R is going to be out there helping, from his community, Chitney is going to be there with his community, right? And Caesar's going to be out there with the Nigerians, right? We all got to be working with the most talented people from our groups so that we can build something, right? Think about it. If you want to build a swimming pool, do you go and ask some random dusties to build it with you, or are you going to look for people that have a bit of experience, at least digging, some experience, at least laying down the foundation? Or if you don't know anything about pools, some type of engineer that knows basics about concrete and making it, waterproof. You want to work with people that are elites, and that's obvious. If you go for a doctor, are you just going to go to like some witch doctor, or are you going to go to an actual qualified doctor? Most of the time, we go to an actual doctor depending on the ailment, right? I guess what I'm trying to say is this idea that we just got to work with the dusties needs to stop. Yes, when we create the pool, even dusties will be allowed to use the pool. You get it, right? But we don't need to work with the dusties. We need to be working with actually talented people that are able to add value to the movement.
I mean, it's a great point. I'm not arguing with anyone. I'm just trying to put forth the problem and say, look, I agree with you. Listen, things have to be built in order for other people to build off of it, right? The problem that you get, though, and you see that happening in the diaspora right now, where there's a level of Black American that's now disgruntled with the leadership or misleadership of the Black American elite. Now, there are legit reasons for that, and in many of these cases, that these Black American elite are meritorious manumission Negroes, that basically they've been taught to see and act in a way that benefits the majority group, and so therefore they don't serve the interests of Black people. But to that point, they also have the skills and knowledge to lead, whereas many of the people that are complaining about them did not. So you've got this kind of weird mixture of skill set people that are serving an outside group. And actually, this is relevant to this conversation, although maybe we need to drag it a little bit back to Congo, and I had some points to make there. That I was communicating with one of my friends who's Nigerian this morning, and he was talking about, there was a speech that was just made by the Minister of Energy, I believe, saying that there's no oversight or supervision to the Nigerian National Oil Company, and that it's opaque as to where the profits are. Where's the surplus dollars that should be coming from Nigerian oil? Now, of course, that's going to be tied to the Shell Corporation and its relationship to the Nigerian state. But that notwithstanding, it's a similar issue of people at the top being used to contain and extract resources from the group or the nation for an outside group. And so this is the problem that you have when you build from the top. I am trying to suggest you have to find a way to balance it. And the way that the Asians did it was by the structure of the clan system, which went all the way down to a common ancestor. Now, with Africans, that's impossible to do because we're too diverse. We wouldn't be able to do it. But we can find a system to structure ourselves. It doesn't have to be a common ancestor, but a common viewpoint or goal in order to layer that into a way of self-governance that we presently don't have. The way that we're doing it now leads to, let me buy a top hat, a tea kettle, and some manillas for 100 people. It just is not a structure that we can continue. So I'm going to throw it back to the panel and see what you guys think about that.
So, Felipe, let me cover one more thing on what you said, because I really like it, and I've been thinking about this a lot. One of my issues with the way the Black elite kind of set up things in the U.S., I hate to criticize them because I wasn't here when they was, fighting, right? Is that you can't really. It's like it's like an inner club that you can't really join. So, for example, in white society, from the day I was born, I knew that if I work hard in school and go to Harvard, I could somehow become a slave to the top whites, right? And I knew how I could step up. But for Jack and Jill, for example, which is like this elite black, group, I mean, how do I even, they don't make outreach to, Africans or Caribbean. I mean, how do you even join, right? I mean, where are these people, right? It's like this.
Ironically, I know a little something about this. Continue.
It's like a family thing where like you got to be in the family to get in, and only people from their family kind of are in it, and they give all the awards to people in their family.
It depends on what seniority you join.
Okay, maybe.
Which society, Caesar? What are you referring to?
Especially the HBU, what is it? Traditional black schools, those seniorities.
I'm just saying, like, you look at all the sports, for example. If your dad was a top quarterback, yeah, the scouts are gonna look at you like, oh wow, he might be good, but they're still going to the hood to look for kids with a good arm. They're not just ignoring everybody else and focusing on Tom Brady's son. And I feel like the black elite, my question to them is, where the hell are they? Because I wanted, hey, if y'all are doing something, can I join in? But I don't even know where they are. So that's my issue with the black elite. And if we set up some kind of system, there has to be a way for talented people who aren't related to you to get in. I mean, I
was telling you got to go to those HBU schools, especially joining those seniorities.
What about the Boule?
I'm talking about the Boule or Jack and Jill.
Here's the thing. Let me throw this into the discussion, okay? You got to understand how these groups were created and why they were created, okay?
The Boule were created. The Boule were created by what? White society, I believe, outsiders to control the black elite.
If you, and this happens the same in Africa, if you can't be everywhere if you're the ruling group, if you're the ruling elite, you can't be everywhere all the time. So what you have to create is a petty bourgeoisie of people that think and act like you to rule in your stead and to get the outcomes that you expect. Now, the United States and the English colonies tended to do this through law and strict adherence of that law. The Latin countries tended to do it through law and sex. Okay, so they tended to administer their will by brutal. You can go back through American history and find these horrible. Just look at the one of Nat Turner's rebellion and what was the end result of Nat Turner in terms of how he was treated for rebelling, and what did they actually do, right? And this was the system of administration to indirectly the punishment to create adherence by the black elite, because you need a method to have discipline among that group not to buck you, right? So how do you do it? You do it in a way that is so obviously punitive that people are afraid to step out of it. So that's how you have a person. I hate to use the celebrities because it's not the best example, but for lack of, I can use the economic people too. Actually, yeah, I'll come back to that. But let's use like Oprah. Oprah, by all accounts, is a billionaire. But Oprah does not move like Bill Gates. She is still doing commercials. She's still doing interviews because her money is tied to Mzungu money, and specifically stock options and things that she has that are not administered by her or by Black people, but by the Mzungus. So if she steps too far in her messaging or behavior or efforts out of what the Mzungus want, they can punish her. And if you doubt me on that, take a look at Kanye West.
Because they're controlled.
Kanye West lost $1.3 billion over a weekend. Now, that's how you create a Boule group. He's not part of the Boule. And you could argue that Oprah isn't either. But the rules or structure or system that creates it still does exist. And so that's why these groups are very strict in their allowing people to administer it. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm going to let the panel talk. I gave my point.
Thanks for that.
But would it be any difference if these groups had their own groups, if they were not controlled from the outside?
Was that to me?
Yeah, like you said, Oprah Winfrey, her money is tied to these white
Yeah.
people. I believe it would make no difference if her money was tied to black people.
Well, see, this is where the structure has to be changed. It's my view that what we need diaspora to the various African countries is circuits and or not circuits, but sockets and plugs. So you build the sockets in Congo and Nigeria and Liberia and wherever, and then the diaspora can put their plug from the West into that socket to circulate the money. But we don't have that now. We don't have a structure economically where all of these plugs, basically all the black diaspora, the former slaves, they have plugs that they have no sockets to plug into because the sockets are controlled by the Mzungus in the West. And so what you need to do in order to build your own is you have to have sockets on your continent in your home nations. And the Black Americans don't have that. They just don't. And the various African groups are not building it for their own country and for their diaspora to plug into. And that is where the effort has to be put. And so to that extent, I agree with everybody on the panel that you need elites to build those sockets. Those are not going to be built by common everyday people. You need, for example, and I always toss back to this, in Chicago, the very last Black American bank merged with the Bank of Ghana. And the Bank of Ghana was trying to save it. But what wound up happening was that they were regulated out of business by the US banking laws. And then the structure of its assets in Ghana put it under scrutiny in Ghana. That was a failed attempt to do what I'm talking about, but you have to build it in a way where it can withstand pressure from the outside. It's not like, look, there's a benefit in Black Africans being a bottom group, a bottom caste, because you have permanent consumers. You have permanent assetless, basically moving people that will always have to plug into your system to exist. And that's true on the continent, and it's true in the diaspora. So, yeah.
Yeah, Philip, I also wanted to add about economics as well. Like, if you are a minority in America, whoever is the majority makes the rules and makes the economy. If Black Americans had their own country called the Republic of New Africa, they would have been the rulers of their land and destiny.
They
and
have that country. It's called Liberia.
Yeah, I don't know. Liberia, they were sent to Liberia. But if they had their own country in America, in North America, they would have been a powerful country in the whole entire Black world. And many Africans would have come to the southern states.
No, brother, we've tried that one. It's not going to happen.
No, but it was a failed attempt because they didn't want that to happen. No, but they didn't want that to happen. They had a meeting about this in the 60s, I believe.
Yes, they did. Detroit. Yes. That's
so,
right. Continue.
And who stopped it? Like the FBI and all of that, and the government. People high up were against it because they were afraid. And Chicken and Grits might know this or can come into this to correct me.
No, these are absolute facts. But I mean, we could talk about it, but it's not going to happen, brother. If at the end of the 60s, there was an assassination and jailing program that exists to this day. It's called COINTELPRO.
Yes, I know. I've heard of COINTEL. And there's a film. Have you watched this film? You're probably older than me. I watched it myself. It's from the 70s. And there was a book by Sam Greenlee. He was from Chicago, but he died years ago. He made a film called The Spook Who Sat by the Door. Have you ever heard of that film?
Watched it multiple times.
Yeah. It's a good film, by the way.
Well, I mean, look, guys, going back to Congo, let me just say this. You need some sort of structure put in there from the government to nationalize those resources. Nothing's going to happen as long as those resources are not controlled by the people in that country. It just won't work because they will not have access to the benefit of what sits under their feet. They just won't. And as individuals, they're not strong enough to affect the private sector in a way to control them. There's no legal structure, there's no military structure, there's nothing to prevent foreign powers from coming in there and just taking what they want. So you have to create a structure to be able to control what's yours.
Yeah, the Congo situation is it's a very weird situation. I mean, because I know, from online and hearing people online, people from the Congo have a tendency of blaming other countries in the region. I know
they blame chicken and grits. Yeah, if you go on Twitter, because I've come across Congolese people that blame basically Rwanda for everything. A tiny
pretty
little
much
irrelevant.
Blame Rwanda for every little thing, but they're not looking at their own leadership. They're not looking at people like Kabila.
That's what I want to know. If you go to France and ask Congolese, who's responsible for the current situation in their country, I'd say 90% would say Rwanda, then America or France or these other countries or China.
Exactly. So I it's just, I don't get it. And then they don't blame their own leadership for the current situation that's there.
And what's funny? The former leader, Joseph Kabila, there's a documentary about this. He stole millions and millions and millions
exactly
from the country. And why don't Congolese not talk about this? You're not going to see
They
this.
don't. They never do. They never do.
But if you talk about, let's compare him and Kagame, they're going to quickly jump onto Kagame. Kagame is nothing but this guy that stole millions and millions, and his family is probably living in a mansion somewhere in France or in America.
Mm-hmm.
And Hoop's probably laughing right now. Maybe listen into this stream right now. Who knows?
Right. Totally agree.
So you're telling me the large resource-rich country DRC, the formerly known as Zaire, like they blame everything on the small country of Rwanda that just had a genocide 20 years ago?
Because they blame basically if you look at it from what I've researched, basically Congo, the former president of Congo, I can't remember his name, was friends with that guy that was assassinated in the former president of Rwanda. And if you look at the genocide, apparently the Congolese supported the Hutus and that. And it's going to be long, but what happened in Rwanda is spilled into into Congo, and the president of Congo, the president of Rwanda, Kagame, he's sponsoring a rebel group called M24 in the eastern part of Congo, in the Kivu region, where there's ongoing battle and that to control and loot that resource region. There's also an ethnic factor as well, but it's complicated, the topic, but you have to look into it.
Congo gives me a headache. I just don't get it.
Well, I mean, look, we talked about some good things here, man. I just think, well, I mean, like, how embarrassing was the video with the bridge that Kaizo was showing? That's not a good look for all of us. But I am tending to think that they didn't hire engineers at all, and that basically, if you don't know how to build bridges, you're going to get something ridiculous like that. Or maybe it was a bridge for a very low amount. If you look on that video, there were a ton of people on that bridge. You have to know what the load value of the bridges in terms of how much weight it can handle, you know. So all the way around, embarrassing video, embarrassing look, and you know, tough metaphor for Congo. But I think that if you know, even in the United States, about infrastructure problems, one of the issues that you have is it's a bulk fund that then people from the top try to skim off the, you know, skim before you ever build anything.
Philip, Philip, my brother, no disrespect, yeah, no disrespect to you and Chicken and Grits here, but why is the infrastructure in your country so shit compared to Europe? Like in America, like in Canada, yeah, Canada, listen to this here. Canada manufactures high-speed trains, and its population is like 30 million, but they don't have high-speed trains in Canada. In America, you lot don't even have high-speed trains. A country like Spain or France or even Turkey has got high-speed trains.
It depends on what state you live in. I mean, I know
No, but real talk, like your infrastructure is old.
Right.
Even American-made products here. No disrespect here,
I
but
will
American-made
Go ahead.
chocolate, an American-made Coca-Cola. I mean, a Coca-Cola made in Germany is going to be 10 times better than the one in America. Like in terms of products and services, cars, everything, it's crap. Even a Ford made in America is crap. Like, why is it so bad? I just want to know.
Go ahead, Philip.
Okay. I live in California, so I can directly answer why the high-speed rail, which they've started building in California, is
that the one that's supposed to go to San Francisco to LA? Or
yeah,
because I know there's one going from Apple Valley that was supposed to go from Apple Valley to Vegas. I don't know how that's going.
That one actually looks like it's happening. The one from
really? I have to go to that area then because you know,
well, specifically
in regards to the real estate market.
I just saw a article or news report. The one from LA to Vegas is private, and it seems like it's being funded.
Now, is that going to start in Apple Valley or somewhere
else? No, in LA proper.
In LA proper. Okay.
Yeah, Google it. But I just saw it like a week or two ago. But okay. The one that's supposed to go from San Francisco to LA and San Diego, here's what went wrong and why it's so expensive and trash. In China, in Turkey, and most of the world, when you have major infrastructure projects that you want to do, the process of eminent domain and the state saying we're doing this and we're moving, you know, hell and earth to make it happen is in place to legally do that. In the United States, you can file a ton of different things to slow down a major infrastructure project. And so what happened in California is that to build that train on budget, they needed to have it go from LA to San Francisco with very few stops. However, in California, because we're a growing state, we grow a lot of the farm products that the rest of the country uses. There are very strong laws for agricultural rights. And some of that train track area has to go over agricultural land. And so those areas were like, look, they use the laws that are in their area to say, we want stops. We want stops in our area. We don't want it whizzing through our valuable land without the ability to get on it. So then the state had a problem of, look, we have a budget. You will get your stops after we get it built. And the agricultural areas were like, no, we get our stops now. And so what wound up happening was the litigation drove the price of the train up astronomically because of these environmental study reports that the agricultural areas filed. And so that's why, and so it's way over budget. And, you know, there are strong interests in the state of California, specifically defense and oil. The city of Los Angeles sits on active oil wells. That's why you don't see a lot of trains in LA. You see cars because they wanted it to be an oil-driven town. So I'm using that as a reflection of the country as a whole. You have these various potentates in the various states that can do things to slow up major infrastructure unless it's related to the military. And so that's why a lot of the military stuff gets built, but the other stuff does not. That's the simple answer from me. Chitlin and Grits.
Phillips, thank you for answering our.
But also too, Dr. R, it depends on what state you live in. I would say the Northeast is a lot more advanced when it comes down to transportation than the rest of the country, because I guess a good percent of the population live there, also in California too, but a good percent of the population live there, and a lot of our government officials live there. So they do have, even though it's a small track, a high-speed rail. I think it was produced by the French, that goes from I think Washington to possibility Boston, and the rest of the trains tracks are pretty much private entities. However, our national train system, which is called Amtrak, pretty much rent to utilize those tracks.
But
Yeah,
what, Phillips?
yeah, let me throw one more thing there, because this is important too, and you said it at the end, that part of the problem with our rail is that freight and commuter rail are on the same tracks, and freight has the priority. Also, and this is the final thing, the United States, one of the things that's drowning it in debt on its infrastructure is we made a decision to be a car-based country without city centers, and not a rail-based country like the rest of the world, like Asia, like Europe, like hopefully Africa. When Africa builds, which, you know, they're starting to build high-speed rail and high-speed rail freight, they should definitely listen to the Asians and the Europeans and think twice about listening to the people from the Americas, because roads are the most expensive infrastructure to maintain. That's why you see every year in all over the country, these construction crews redoing the roads, because when you have freight on your roads and cars on your roads, it puts a lot of pressure on them to maintain. And this is how we got into debt, is you've got people all over this country that can live in these little small towns that are only accessible by car, and the tax basis has to pay the money to maintain the roads to keep going out there, rather than telling these people, hey, you got to move closer in so that we can get trains to you and cut the costs on these roads that to get to your place. Basically, what you have is a Ponzi scheme in almost all the American cities, where the cities that have continuous growth in young people moving to them and so on, those cities are lucrative. But the other cities where the population decreases, they're actually debtors. And so then the tax basis has to be extracted to keep them going, and then extracted again to support these rural communities that don't make enough money to pay for the infrastructure where they live. That's another big part of the problem.
Yeah, exactly. 'Cause I remember they were having an issue with the train system, which they developed in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I think they were trying to get rid of it after Bill Richardson left office, because he created a train system that goes from, I think, Albuquerque to, I believe, what's that area in New Mexico? I guess it's close to Lamy, New Mexico, or something like that. But it's a popular area where a lot of people go to, like vacation. Yeah, just only some of the major cities would have that type of infrastructure. Definitely New York, Chicago to a certain degree, San Francisco, LA is going to be a little bit, which we're trying to develop that here, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I mean, for any type of, mass transit system in Los Angeles County to develop sort of like a New York or London or something like that. But if you go to New York, it will probably, it might be very similar to what you have in London.
What you guys are saying about infrastructure is like so true, because like I remember in Texas seeing, like, literally I took a picture because I'm from the DMV, 14-lane roads. And like for someone from like I've never seen that before. 14-lane roads. Like to me, that was just like, are they gonna keep building roads forever? Roads, this is not efficient. Why don't they just build a high-speed rail? Like, why don't they build a train?
Caesar, 14 rail roads, like we don't get that in UK.
14 lane, yes, 14, 1, 2. I have a picture because I took a picture to show to my family because I was like, I can't believe this is a real thing. And it's all over Texas. And Northern Virginia, they're doing the same thing where they're like, let's just build as many lanes as possible. And I'm like, why can't we build trains? Like, why can't we do what New York City does?
But I want to know this. Why can't you just like, because I know Americans probably use the road. They use the road, and they use what's it called, the plane for transportation. But why not build a high-speed railway? It's only going to cost like 1 billion, 2 billion. America can afford that. And I wanted to get back to Phillips. Like Phillips, California is basically the state of California is basically the size of my own country where I come from. And if my country had the money to build railways, we would have built it. We would have definitely built it, and it would have been modern if we had the money and resources for it. But California should have a modern rail system. Like, why would you use the road, like, or the a car, or a train? I mean, not the train. I mean the plane, because that's going to be more expensive than taking the rail.
Not necessarily. The planes are, I have to admit, it's kind of affordable. Taking a plane. I mean, a lot of people do take the planes in comparison to, let's say, taking like an Amtrak by far.
True. But I'm assuming this is common throughout America. Like, let's say if you want to go from Los Angeles to Oakland, would they take the plane for it, or they'll drive there?
Probably take the plane. Most people.
But there's no need for it. Like, you could take.
You know how far a drive that is?
Yeah, I know it's far. America's a big country. I know it's far, but let's say if I wanted to go to, let's say, from London to Birmingham, I'd probably take the taxi. I'd either take the taxi or most likely the train, but I wouldn't use the train.
I'll give you a little perspective. Los Angeles is only 2 hours away from Mexico. If you go to Tijuana border, I'm talking the border town. From LA to San Francisco, if you drive there, depending on traffic, it could take you from 6 to 7 hours.
I just was going to look, man, one of the things that we have to understand about government is the powerful interests that control it. So I put in the back chat who the biggest business interests in California are. I will summarize them by saying oil companies, car companies, Silicon Valley. So why do we not have high-speed rail? I will ask a question. Is it in the interest of oil companies to have high-speed rail?
Heck no.
Is it in the interest of the U.S. military to have interests that don't involve oil? Who's the biggest consumer? Let me put that better. Who is the biggest consumer of oil and oil-related products in the United States?
If it's not the military, it's the people who drive all the time, right? I'm guessing. I don't know.
How much fuel does it take to fuel up an F-35?
Tons of shit.
Now, why don't you have high-speed rail?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Who's gonna fight for high speed rail other than the people, right? Like, what big interest group is like, yeah, we need high speed rail, other than like a high speed rail company or some shit, Excuse my French.
Yeah, I just because this is related to Congo, and I'm going to try to pull it back, and then I got to get out of here. And that is this: there are flaws in every constitutional system or every governmental system that a country has. Each system has weaknesses. Okay, and I'm just going to throw something to you that's not often discussed. In order for the separation of powers governments to work, you have to have oversight, and you have to have a strong middle class to be able to exercise their rights and oversight. And so there are many countries in the world that have a similar governmental structure, say Liberia, to the United States. They may even have the same constitution. But the difference is those countries don't have a middle class. And because they don't have a middle class, then the system may favor monopoly. And when you have a monopoly, then you have issues in moving forward projects that favor the public, because the public is favored by something called the public commons. And the public commons are areas that are owned by all the public that the public uses. So when we talk about these issues, and specifically like with regards to Congo, it comes down on some level to the structure of government that you have to deliver services and basically capitalism to that public. If you don't have a structure that is strong to deliver those things, then it doesn't work. And it won't work even in strong countries, right? We all see that the middle class is shrinking all around the world, okay? And if your system of government requires a strong middle class in order to function, then some of the questions that are being asked, you can figure out the answer.
Phillips, let me get back to you about the middle class.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, with the middle class, you say that a country cannot function without a middle class.
No, what I said was certain forms of government, particularly a separation of powers type government, needs a middle class to have oversight. That's what I said.
Oversight, because it got me thinking, and Dr. K would know about this. Yesterday, I'll give an example in terms of the monopoly. You said something about monopoly. Let me give an example. Like, for example, one Somali traveler that was in Mombasa and Mogadishu, the capital of Somalia, Mombasa, they're like, what, 2 hours, 3 hours, I believe, away from each other. He visited Mombasa, and the electricity was out for like, what, 4 or 5 days? It keeps going on and off and that. And the water is not so great, he said, because the water is salty. Then he got back to his friend. I said, why is the electricity going on and off? Why is the water bad? He said, it's owned by the state. Then he went back to Mogadishu. The companies in Mombasa is owned by the government. The monopoly is owned by the government. But in my country, nothing is owned by the government because everything is private. And when he went back to Mogadishu, he was grateful because the water is privately owned, the utility is privately owned, and he never had an issue compared to his friend that lives in Mombasa. So I believe that a country can function without a middle class. Like, my country doesn't even have a middle class, but Kenya does. If you look at the structure of both these countries.
Well, it
and
depends.
I do apologize. I apologize if I didn't give a straightforward answer.
I think that is. Listen, not every system that works in one area of the world works in another area of the world, because there are different histories and different forces of power that structure it. And I'm not saying necessarily that ownership by the government is necessarily good or bad. It depends on how it's what the oversight of it is, right? And what
Like,
the demand,
I'll give you an
what
example.
happens,
Like in the
if
UK, in the United Kingdom, I live in the United Kingdom, lived here my whole life, born and raised. Like, let's compare the United Kingdom's healthcare to America's healthcare. Like, I hate the hospital. We got something called the NHS over here, and you got something over there called Medicaid. NHS, that stands for the National Health Service, is absolutely crap, rubbish. Like, I took my brother one time to the hospital, and he was very sick, and we were told to wait 4 or 5 hours just to see a doctor. And I'm thinking, I pay tax in this country,
Well,
and
hold on,
people,
hold
people,
on. Can I say something before you go into
yeah,
that you know that NHS has been trying to replicate the American system there. It's been on that program for at least 20, 30 years. It's not really a publicly run system anymore. But continue.
it's it's owned by the government.
It is owned by the government, but if you look at how they've been privatizing the services that are provided to that government system, it's not really a public system. It's
No,
a
but
public.
we pay our taxes through it.
You do, but we would be debating how the NHS has been privatizing. Both.
Yes, it's being privatizing. But what I'm trying to say is, people in the United Kingdom are against the privatization of the NHS.
Correct. Because at one time, the NHS was an awesome system that they still think is public, but it's not public. It's now a public-private joint venture.
Yes, I understand what you mean. Like, people could get, let's say if you're a healthcare provider, you provide basically transportation or care to the elderly, and you can easily get contracts through the NHS. Or if you're a company that makes medicine, you can get those contracts. But what I'm trying to say to you is the service of the NHS, the healthcare service, is rubbish. And I believe that the whole system should be privatized, be bought out, similar to America.
It'll be trash, and you'll have a bunch of people dying. The reason
how would it be trash? Like, I explained the situation. Why should I wait 4 hours? In even my own country, that people pay for the healthcare service. It's better if you pay for your own healthcare service privately.
In England. I know too, and I'm trying to tell you, because you guys aren't collecting enough taxes. You guys, as a country, made a decision under Thatcher to start.
I understand, but sorry to interject.
Well, I mean, if we can answer it, the truth. I'm just telling you, you privatize. You don't generate enough income because you, like the United States, went through deindustrialization. Okay, that the UK was a very industrialized country, and when you deindustrialized, you cut your generation of wealth and offshored it. And then what you recreated your country as is a commercial paper offshoring banking country, meaning that the City of London stuff.
Yes, right? I know. UK basically is a service economy, pretty much.
It's a service economy based on banking, but you don't generate enough money as a country to pay for your stuff. It's the same, not the same. The United States generates enough money, but it doesn't go to the public.
But Felipe,
but you have to look at it this way. Like, Dr. K, how much has the UK government spent on even? I'll give you an example. A few days ago, the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, his government talked about sending the disabled back to work because people that are on benefits, we call it welfare benefits, is unsustainable. And the UK spends billions and billions and billions of pounds or dollars paying for these people who do not want to work. You got people literally who do not want to work and they're on welfare, and it's unsustainable.
Yeah, I think the issue of the UK economy is it's an interesting one, right? So the British Empire, the sterling used to be the previous world foreign currency reserve, meaning it was the operational currency for all countries, right? Spain, Portugal, America, UK, all those countries, African countries, etc. Apart from the French, they had their own system as well. So I guess what that means is the UK grew so massively, the economy, because they were basically relying on the Eurodollar system. Basically, every country is using their their money as a transaction, right? Because gold couldn't be utilized liquid. You can't just trade gold because gold has a slightly different value, right? So what that means is the UK's economy grew really large. Then you reached a point where the UK currency is only 5% of all foreign currency exchanges. So it's no longer the reserve anymore. So they now have to work. They're realizing now, okay, so we don't have enough money to make the economy work. We're suffering from real issues. Now America and France, the French economy and American economy is doing great because their currencies are actually the world reserve currencies. Specifically, the American obviously is the whole world, and in French currency, there's CFA, right? That's literally the reserve currency for 14 African nations. So France and America's economy are very, very unique. They're not really producing anything in the world apart from even American economy is mostly services. Forget oil. America is not making any money from oil. They're transaction-based economy. Every transaction that you make, every time you exchange currency to another one, every time you purchase something, America makes change from that. All of those transactions. We're talking about every single transaction in the world, America is making money. France, it's the same. Every transaction in those 14 countries that they control the banks of, they're making bank. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, Dr. R, is the UK was always a failed economy. They never produced anything. What they did is create
They did.
financial.
UK. As I was going to mention to Phillips, yeah, UK had its own industry. Like it had, if you go to the north of UK, if Philip, I have to ask him what part of UK he went to, or if I'm assuming he was in London. But if you go to the north of UK, Northern England to be specific, they were producing lots of things. They were producing steel, they're producing cars, they're producing everything you can think of. But when he said Thatcher is hated, I have to let him know that Thatcher, she's a hated woman. She's a hated woman in the north of England, where in these industrial cities, where all these factories, these mines were shut down by her, as she said it was unsustainable. And in the south, she's loved by the elites and those of the middle class in the south of England, like in places like Surrey and that.
You guys are both right, but Kaizo broke down the key point of reserve currencies, and that the point I was trying to make to you about your healthcare system is, as a result, and I didn't go into, because it's a much deeper discussion, the reserve currency aspect of how you were paying for your healthcare system. Basically, the UK people are nostalgic to the old NHS that actually worked and was subsidized through you guys being a reserve currency. And now they're pushing this privatization effort to say, hey, well, the problem is government itself, not the fact that we have less money circulating because we're no longer a reserve. Because if they actually told people that, then they would be hopeless, right? So they are finding a convenient proxy for the real problem. The real problem is that you don't generate enough wealth to maintain the huge infrastructure overlay that you have. That's
Philip, I can say something similar, maybe not in comparison to what you said. Like, what if you look at the dollar? The dollar is not backed by anything, but a lot of countries in the world use the dollar for exchange. Like, what if the dollar was replaced by the euro or the yuan? Even though that's happening at the moment, like, why is America in a constant state of war around the world in order to maintain the dollar?
Well, that's exactly right. And I'm not saying that the U.S. is necessarily doing better. But we are also dependent on being a reserve currency. If that was snatched and the U.S. dollar was no longer a reserve currency, we'd be in deep trouble.
Exactly what you said about the UK. You'd be in a far mess. I don't want to say it, but you'd be a third world country, America.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be divvied up. Look, it's more akin to Spain at the end of its reign, where it had global expansion to a level that it basically got broken up into parts, and really is not thought of as a world power.
And also, you said, I wanted to also get to you about offshoring. Like, you said that UK, for example, hasn't got any industry anymore. It's been sold off. It's either been sold off or is owned by foreigners. Like, a lot of UK companies are owned by by foreign companies from America, France, Spain. But I'll get into that later. But in America, you're Western UK because in the United States, you've shipped all your industry, whether it's call centers, whether it's manufacturing to Mexico. Like you're not in a better position than us.
And there are a lot of scholars that have used, actually, there's a book that you may want to take a look at called Wealth and Democracy. It was by Kevin Phillips. And what it is it's a study of the largest empire. So it looks at the Spanish Empire, the Dutch Empire, the UK Empire, and the American Empire. And it basically defines the stages of empire and how it works. And the final stage, just as a point, is an economy dependent upon commercial paper. And that's
this is kind of a actually, Dr. R, for some reason Dr. R is in very high IQ mode today, but he's actually very right, because I think right now the only nation that is actually better than America is China right now, because China's got both military, China's got an actual service-based economy, right? They're moving into AI, and you've seen how they've exported. TikTok is now one of the largest companies. They've also got the whole hardware industry going on really well. And China's been able to, what China can do, and I think this is where we as African people can learn from, is China is able to react in real time to the changing strategies of how business is done. Japan was the hardware king, right? We're talking about the first real sort of, we're talking about, Japanese companies that
but Dr. Keizo, like China's no different. Basically,
go ahead.
Japan, who remembers like back in the 90s and 2000s that if you go to any electronics store, you would only find Japanese televisions.
Well, they hustled the Japanese in the 80s to be a creditor nation to the United States. The difference between the United
I'm referring to the electronics industry, like how Korea.
I'm trying to tell you why Sony of 1980 is not Sony of 2023, and that's because they have hyperinflation because they were convinced to become a creditor nation to the United States. The number one debt holder of United States debt is Japan. And so what they got was influence in our economy in exchange for their money. Japanese are high savers. So even though they have hyperinflation, they still save their money at a much higher rate. So if they overspend, it doesn't matter because they can circulate within themselves. Whereas the United States is a big debtor country. We were a creditor.
And they have Africa, right? So they can always export. They can always export products to Africa.
Of course. And that's actually where I think they're going. We had this conversation on
Dr. K, what can America export to Africa? Like China has already taken that. Turkey has taken that, I'm afraid.
I don't think that the United States is necessarily looking to export anything to Africa. They're looking to extract resources. I'm
talking about like, I understand what you're saying, resources, but in terms of, let me ask you, America, back in the 80s or 90s, it never used to export cars to Africa. Africa's it's one of the second largest continents on the planet. If you go to any country in Africa, if you go to Nigeria, you're going to find like Turkish-made products, French products, British products. Same in South Africa.
You're not going to export like cars and things. Unfortunately, most African countries do not have a debt-based structuring to finance large ticket items. And so countries
No, but I understand what you're saying. America, the only thing I can think of American-made products in Africa are probably like what? Soft drinks.
Coca-Cola's everywhere. I'm actually drinking Coke right now.
Cars imported, chocolate. That's pretty much it. Like if you look at China or Turkey, they're heavily investing into these African countries.
Yeah.
And Chinese who want to basically build relationship with these countries. They'll travel to the country, they'll set up the factory, they'll train the people and that in order to hold a grip on that country. And also it's a 50-50 relationship. But Americans, they're just like, how can I put it? They just export their products there and look for an agent That's pretty much it. And you just want to basically milk that company. You just want to make profit out of it. That's
Well,
it.
let me just, and then I'm going to throw it to Kaizo. This is really quick. Think of it like Coke, Pepsi, and Dr. Pepper. If you're Coke, your whole goal in terms of pumping your product out and structurally getting in markets is completely different than if you're Dr. Pepper. So Dr. Pepper to me is like the Koreans. Pepsi is like the Chinese.
No, RC Cola is for the Koreans.
Interesting. I actually prefer Dr. Pepper. I don't like Pepsi as much as I do like normal Coke. Interesting. But I actually like Dr. Pepper.
And all of them are good sodas at different times. And if you're thirsty enough, you'll drink all of them. But the point I'm trying to make is the U.S. Coke is not trying necessarily to penetrate the African market in the same way that Dr. Pepper might. In fact, Dr. Pepper is not even attempting because they don't have the ability to take losses like Coke and so on.
But I have to get to you on that because I'm a soft drink drinker and I drink Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Like Dr. Pepper is not really popular. RC Cola, I give an example. Did you know with RC Cola, you could buy a franchise. You could actually buy the name.
Yeah, I get that. The way I'm analogizing it is...
I'll give you an analogy. Let's say if I'm a businessman in my own country and I've got 10 million sitting in the bank and I'm looking at the market, I basically want to bring a foreign soft drink into my country's market. And I'm looking at, let's say, for example, in my country, there's no Pepsi, there's no bottling plant, and I've got the money for it, to bring these two soft drinks into the market. But I'm gonna look at both these companies, and I'm willing to take a risk. I'm gonna make a profit and I'm gonna make a loss. But RC Cola is not known it's not even known outside of the state of Georgia. It's not known. It's a southern drink basically. And years ago they had the bottling plant in the UK, RC Cola, when it first came about. And it's not about anymore. It closed down. And RC Cola has closed down in other countries as well. It's failed in Pakistan. It's failed in a couple of countries. And I'm looking at that brand, and Americans even said that it tastes like crap. That drink is inferior. So why in God's name am I going to buy that brand if I'm going to make a loss out of it? And it's not going to be popular. Maybe some poor people will drink it, but I'm going to take the risk with Pepsi because Pepsi is well known across the world. Anywhere in the planet, even in Korea is well known. From Antarctica is known. So I'm going to take the risk with Pepsi, but not with RC Cola.
I'm having a hard time understanding your point. I feel like the U.S. is more interested in Latin America and South America versus Africa. I mean, I think it's just a better deal all in all, more money, more everything.
Because America wants to maintain its maintain its control over South America. Look into the Monroe Doctrine. Like, it cannot let South America slip into China, all these places.
Exactly. So what's the point of going into Africa when you have...
Because me, I have no interest in Africa. But if you look at it, there's more, but it's underdeveloped. If you look at, let's say, if I'm a businessman, I'm gonna go towards a undeveloped to a underdeveloped market compared to a developed market, because when you look at an underdeveloped market, there's money there. There's money.
Here's the issue, and what's happening is that you're making the assumption that accessing the market is equal, and it's really about shipping lanes. If you go and you look at shipping lanes from the United States, the shipping lanes are not as strong or as reliable going from the US to Africa as they are to Latin America and the Caribbean. And that affects your cost. So, and the other thing is the stuff that I was talking about and Kaizo was talking about financial structure. If you're going to build soft drinks in Africa, and the only one that I can think of off the top of my head is PepsiCo in South Africa, that you either are going to make that product in the United States and ship it, so you're going to put it on a boat and float it over to these African countries.
No,
God
no, no,
knows.
no, no. I was not talking about. I'm talking about what I said before. Me as a businessman, if I was a businessman in my country, I want to buy the rights to that name and build a bottling plant. I'm not talking about shipping products
But
there.
this is why I'm saying why the United States companies are not looking at it as much is they view Africa as too unstable and unreliable of a market, specifically in their financial infrastructure, to make that kind of capital investment. They don't take the risk. Whereas maybe you can find some country like Vietnam or Korea that is looking for markets to try to penetrate with its products that will take that kind of risk because they're competing against China and the US. So they got to go where the US and China are not interested. You see what I'm
But
saying?
but
Because of the
China's every
risk.
but China. But let's talk about the risk here. Like, if you look at China, they're setting up shop everywhere. Turkey, they're setting up their banks and their airlines everywhere. I give an example. In my country, in Somalia, Turkey has established a foreign bank. They've what's it called? Do direct flights. Kenya has recently entered. They're gonna start direct flights next year. Like Kenya never done it years ago. But I'm asking myself right now, yeah, Ethiopia has been in the airline has entered the market for years, but they just only recently came, and local airline companies were going from Kenya back and forth. But why hasn't Kenya Airways not took the opportunity years ago? And I believe
Because they didn't have the capital and venture capital to do it. The
no, it's
same
not
way
even
that
that because
Ethiopian Airlines didn't have it either. Where are you going to borrow the money from? Don't
no, I'm talking
have
about I'm
banks
talking.
within, huh?
Carry on.
You got to finance this. How are you going to finance it?
No, what I'm trying to say is when it comes to that market, why didn't this company or airline not enter it, even though there were other companies that were going to that market?
And what I'm saying is you have to have the capacity to be able to go into the market and take losses.
But
And
they did, but they
didn't
didn't
have
want
it.
to take the risk. They did not want to take the risk.
Well, right, because you have to be able to take losses. Let me try to explain this a different way.
That's
'Cause
business. You have
we're
to take
getting
losses.
huh?
In business, if you're in the business world, you have to take risks in order to get that profit, in
Yeah,
order
but
to learn.
different companies can take different amounts of risk. And this is where I was going to go with it. Did you know that when Fox News started in the United States, they took 10 years of losses before they were able to turn a profit? Meaning 10 years straight, they were on the air paying people, providing quote unquote news, and they were making massive losses before they turned a profit. Or better stated, Amazon was negative profits for at least 5 years, maybe 10. And they actually didn't become profitable until they got government contracts. Did you know that? That's the same way that countries look at markets. If you
Same as
can't afford,
SpaceX.
excuse me, SpaceX, same thing.
Same as SpaceX. Yeah.
Yeah, that you have to be able to take the losses, and that means capital on hand without your company collapsing. And actually, this is relevant to Congo and relevant
So
to
hang on,
Africa.
Felipe.
Yeah,
Let me add
yeah,
more
do it.
context here because the difference. So, and this is just Dr. Ara, right? The problem with African countries is we just don't have the euro dollars. So every time we try to think of expanding and investing, because here's the issue. Let's say Kenya recently went to Ethiopia. I believe it was like a year and a half ago, and they won the contract for a secondary telecommunications company. So Ethiopia before it is only allowing what you call it, the Ethiopian telecommunication company from operating, which again is an Ethiopian government-owned company. Why? They have a very sort of authoritarian way. If there's issues in Tigray or issues in Oromia or Somali region, they don't want the war to know.
Kaiser, I mentioned this previously on some other stream on your channel. Like Ethiopia, if you look at its economy, If you look at its telecom, if you look at specific its telecom and banking,
Yeah.
you're not going to see no foreign companies in that in that market because the government doesn't allow it, and the government wants to keep control of the population, and
Yep.
they want to basically look after their money.
Mhm.
But the service they're providing is shit.
Yeah. So
And
it was only
I mentioned to the brother Phillips of the Kenya and Somali scenario, like in terms of the water and what's it
so
called, utility.
yeah.
Like in Ethiopia, for example, you're not going to find pay TV apart
Oh,
from those government-owned channels that's going to have sports and stuff.
oh yeah. So let me give context there, Felipe. So what he is. So yeah, Felipe, I think you believe in socialism can be done right if the government is actually high IQ and organized. And I think Dr. R is going through based on fact and analysis. So let me give context. I was actually in Mombasa a couple of days ago. That's why I went off streaming for about a week. I went on holiday for like a week, and I was actually in Mombasa. Over there, the water, apart from the filtered water, but that you buy, is actually salty. So the government, the water provided by the government is salty. Why? Because they just drill boreholes on the ground, but they're not actually necessarily looking at to see if the boreholes are deep enough beyond the salt layer. So that's one example. So he's 100%.
Keizo is the water utility or water companies, is it like privately owned or owned by the government?
It's government, right? The only private owned companies are
Exactly.
these like small companies that don't really have access to penetration. So what my family did, right? My family over there, because they're Muslims, right? They actually dug a whole well all the way down. Again, they're building it because of a grandfather died, and in Islam you do things like this. Kifaru, hang on. This is important, right? In Islam, when someone dies, you can actually build something that feeds the community. So we built a well, and we dug it all the way down so that it's beyond the salt layer. But Dr. R is right. The government's water provision is not good in Mombasa area. It's really bad. It's salty because it's right next to the ocean, and they don't know how to do it right. And the private companies that have come in recently, there's a lot of Somali companies that come in. They provide water that is now clean. That's private companies. In Nairobi, you don't have issues because there's so many private companies all over the place. Yeah. So go ahead, Dr. R, quickly. Then
But the power utility is owned by Kenpower, right, or Kenco. Like that's the company that provides the electric for the whole of Kenya, the utility.
So Kenya Power is actually
Can I
good.
say something, Kaizo,
Yeah,
really
go ahead,
quick?
Felipe. Go ahead, yeah.
I'll be quick because I'm gonna have to dash out of here. I am not.
It's a good convo, though.
Yeah. A quick comment. It can be private. It can be public. It has to have oversight. You have plenty of private entities that run utilities in the United States, but there are laws and regulations on the book that they have to have public oversight in a way that holds them accountable if, for example, you're providing salty water. Let me also say desalinization as a process, if you, I was about to curse, if you screw up like this, is extremely expensive to fix.
Yeah, true.
And so, and we tried it out here in California, and Santa Barbara, I think, was the place. So anyway, I'll let you guys continue.
It was great speaking to you, Phillips.
Listen, I love this channel, guys, and I love these dialogues. You lured me in here, Kaizo. I'm in the middle of doing stuff, but
you should be out there praising Dwight Man and getting Dwight Man's money.
Well, listen, brother, you got to pay to exist in this.
Philip,
yes, sir.
I want to tell you something.
Yes, brother.
Black Americans, you need to stick among yourself and build and have a place for you in America. Forget about those T Africans. I know you guys, you're so emotional. You want to be close to Africans, but these people, they don't understand nothing. Most Africans, they're either tribalists or some stupid, I don't know, some religious fanatics. They don't understand the real world. So if you stick among yourself and you gain power, you can do so much. Forget about Africans. Don't try to police Africans. Don't try to do that. You know, they're
Brother
dusty.
Caparo, let me say something back to you, and I appreciate that warm message. Black Americans are in a situation, brother, where we don't control anything. We presently have I think it's 2.5% of the commercial property nationally in the country. Every group, because the United States is a group economics country, that every group works among its group in order to produce economy. The only group that does not do that and work with its continent and its home nation, that's how the United States works. That the only group that does not do that is Black Americans. So let me just put it this way, brother. We need African nations at our back at the trade table to gain leverage to be able to have anything of our own. The difference between us and, say, the Chinese, you know, this Asian hate bill that flew through the Congress here, you know how that flew through the Congress? The United States was in trade negotiations with Taiwan, and Taiwan demanded it. They said, yes, look, you want our chips? You better pass this bill and pass it fast. And it went through the Congress like a hot knife through butter. What does that have to do with Black Americans? Listen, brother, we had a window in 1970 to reach back and be in solidarity with you to build the economic infrastructure that we needed in order to circulate money between both of us. And at that time, many of your countries were actually strong. The Naira in Nigeria was strong at that time before you guys did the austerity programs in Nigeria. Let me tell you, if we had done that, we would be in the position that the Arabs, the Indians, and the Chinese are now. Because at that same time when America deindustrialized, they went back to their home country and they built supply lines. That's why we're losing, brother.
Yeah, I think I get
we got to work together now. We're in the fourth quarter in sports analogy, brother Cafaro. We are in the fourth quarter and we're down by 15, man. And if we don't start hitting some threes, we out. It's over. You understand? So the only thing that we can do right now is to bring brother Adebayo off the bench. We got to bring brother Kaizo, brother Kufaro off the bench and get to working. We got to move this ball and hit some threes. I think all this stuff, what we did wrong. Let me finish this.
I'm a politician.
That in the 70s, the Black American went amongst themselves and went to the street, and we've been in that street and amongst ourselves ever since. And we out here catching L's economically. We can't do it anymore. We got to work with our team and with where we come from. There is no choice anymore. Because we're catching too many L's. All right, I'll let you talk. Sorry.
Yeah, I get you. You know, if you want to work with Africans, the only thing you can do is to influence politics. In Africa, politicians are the ones who have power, not the business people. That's what most people fail to understand. The politicians, these corrupt ones, you need to go meet them and just target the country. Say, okay, let's try to how do they say, to influence this man so that we can build our foreign policies with him. And you just flatter him with money. Africans politicians are corrupt. And you can't change Africa. That's why I tell people, before you change a system, you must be part of that system. That's how it works. You understand? Target a country and have influence in that country politically. Get some dusty and say, okay, we want this guy to be in a certain position. Those of you who want to be Africa, want to have a relationship with Africa, target that country, look for a politician that has got your ideology, and you push him. That's how it's going to happen. You can't do
One
would like.
second. Kifara, let's let Zongo Native go ahead. Shout out and welcome to the Kaizerian Experience. What's your thoughts on the conversation so far? Where do you want to come in?
Interesting conversation. I really love the conversation. In fact, I joined. I think your show. I kind of like listened to your show. I think was it like yesterday, and I really loved it, and I wanted to join today. Um, I think like when you guys were talking about the presence of American companies in African economies, you guys were just I think Kaiser will pretty much focus on like the visible product that is in African economies. But then like I'm from Ghana, and then in Ghana there's American presence over there, but perhaps it's not visible to you, right? They do like most American cars. Secondhand vehicles come from America, and also in the oil and gas sector in Ghana are mostly American companies, but like the product are not really visible to the general populace in the society. But the oil and gas economy contributes almost like I think about $1 billion a year, and this is why the American government decided to establish a base over there. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. And same applies to the other West African region like Nigeria, something like the oil that have been produced over there are mostly um, explored and drilled by American companies and other European companies as well. I just wanted to like just give clarity to that.
Yeah, Zongo, don't you think we are the ones who invite these people?
What?
Don't you think we Africans, are the ones who invite the Europeans to come and be part of our nations? Do you think they do it by force?
No, we invited them actually.
Okay.
Yeah, we do invite them. I think um I did work for Ghana National as an intern before, and like even like the softwares that they use to uh um in the oil and gas industry, it's mostly the American companies like produced by Schlumberger from America, or Halliburton, the service companies, Halliburton from America, even like um, uh, uh, Microsoft softwares are being used over there. So it's not visible to the general populace, but these are all American product that provide services to the institutions within some industries and some African economies. So we shouldn't just overlook, like you saying, like
Yeah.
the Turkish airline. I mean, it's visible; you can see it, but there are other not
Yeah. So
visible.
you're
Yeah,
actually right.
Zongo.
If yeah, one second, Doctor. If you look at actually the biggest, I forgot to mention this before. The biggest investor in Africa is actually America. It's not even China, right? So America does invest a lot, Kifaro, in African countries in terms of
Yes.
like let's say companies, oil companies, drilling, exploration, exports. Also, you just look at the free trade agreement between America and some African
You
countries.
have
Kenya is one of
AGOA.
them.
AGOA.
Yeah.
Agoa.
AGOA, yeah.
But what do you think of Agoa?
Well, what choice do we have? I think for business people, it's great for people export stuff out of Africa. It's great for them, but
But
we don't know
the problem
what they
is,
have
yeah,
to.
the African countries need to come together and tell America, like, we're gonna trade with you with our terms. If you want basically a cashew nut, if you want basically cocoa butter, if you
Yes,
want
Dr.
Yeah,
K. That is
I
going to
mean,
happen. That is going to only happen if we trade those commodities ourselves. But most of the
yeah,
commodities we produce in Africa, the market is Europe.
yeah,
How can you?
I understand, but what I'm trying to say to you is like I said this earlier on about arms. Like, did you know? You probably know this. America has kicked out a couple of African countries off of Goa.
Yes, the Saheli and the Niger and those people. You understand?
You see, they can kick Ghana out tomorrow. They can kick Nigeria out. They can kick whatever country they please if you go against them. What I'm trying to say is, why do we need to come to America's terms and conditions when it comes to trade?
Because
If
we're not trading among ourselves.
That's
Simple.
exactly
we do
right.
trade amongst
yeah,
We
but
ourselves.
need need inter-African trade, guys.
And
we need
also,
inter-African diaspora trade as well, to have markets within ourselves, so that if we are pushed out of Western markets, we can still self-sustain being pushed out. That's what we're missing. We can't separate ourselves anymore because it's a global economy. So globally, if they control the global economy, then we got a problem. We have to work within ourselves, but within ourselves, in what Kafaro was saying, inter-African trade and inter-African diaspora trade, so that we can plug into one another and circulate this money. If we do that, we can win. But that's our three-pointer. Because here's the positive. Africans are the only group of people in the world global economy that doesn't need any other group. We have everything we need. If we just share it within ourselves, we can exist and thrive. The problem is that we don't share it within ourselves, and so we have to invite other people in to give us finished goods, which, back to what we were talking about, we don't reverse engineer the goods that we get, so we don't have to go outside of ourselves to make it and get it.
No, we should instead replace the product, import substitution, like what those South American countries done, Latin America.
Exactly, and we should also have cheaper versions of the finished product for the domestic markets.
Exactly. I just say, I don't know what African country makes their own clothes. I don't know any African country that actually produce textile. No, not textile.
And also, I wanted to chime in. I think someone did say, oh, American economy is just like service based. I mean, yeah, some aspect of the economy is service based, but not all aspect of it, right? Like I was citing earlier, like in the power sector, most of the electricity generated are mostly home based here in America, right? And also I work for a state agency here in the U.S. I'm from Ghana, but I work for a state agency here in the U.S. There's one time we visit Boeing, and Boeing where the assembly the aircraft over there, the commercial aircraft, and most of I think in a month Boeing the one in Washington State, in a month they manufacture about I think 50 aircraft, if I'm not mistaken, and their number one customer is from China. So I think I mean, sometimes we get hyped with the media hype that China is but there are other aspects of the industry that America is also providing to other economies as well, that perhaps we are overlooking, or probably not paying attention to those areas.
Zongo, America. What percentage of America trades with Africa, and what does America, depending on the history of the country in Africa, what has it got to offer?
I think that the primary base of their economics is South Africa, and there's a reason for
Yes, exactly, and Egypt and those few other countries.
Because why? We had this conversation on Kaizo's show before. Those are pinch points for their shipping lanes. Both South Africa and Egypt, you have a pinch point where the shipping lane has to go through there. And so therefore they're dug in and supporting those economies. But these other countries, not so much.
Sometimes these people, I do believe there are some genuine people in the West who wants to do genuine business in Africa, but the atmosphere to do business in Africa is just too corrupt. I think if we, like Africans, if we organize ourselves and we can have one voice in which we want to do business with the West, it's going to be beneficiary to us. But we don't just have that, I don't know, that office that provides, the basic, structure in which we can do business with the West in a structural manner. So they're just taking advantage. That's just
Can I say something real quick, Kavaro, on your point, and then I gotta drop out of here. That Kafaro, when I come on this channel all the time, I talk about zoning and tax basis. It has to be a very simple, from the bottom village to the top of the mountain, where you have basic zoning in these villages, for economic production and the ability to collect small amounts of tax to do larger infrastructure so that it is fertile ground for investment. The biggest problem that we have when we try to enter markets is we're not capitalized enough to sustain in that market long enough to actually create a business. Because when you start a business, you're going to take losses. But if you have so little capital that you can only take losses for 6 months, a year, 2, 3 years, then you can't sustain. And that's because we're undercapitalized. We're undercapitalized in the African countries themselves, in their communities, and we're undercapitalized in the diaspora. Look, you don't have one area of concentration of Black Americans where they're doing commerce. Not one. We're spread out so thin. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the question is this, right? So we know one of the issues, and I was trying to get this earlier, right? That Africans, African descendant people, lack certain, let's say, business control is because we don't have capital. And by capital, we mean dollars, right? Because Kenya, like I mentioned, right, Kenya recently moved into the Ethiopian market. So the company that runs the telecommunications in Kenya is a great company. It is called actually Safaricom, right? It is owned partially by Vodafone, 30%, and the government owns.
Like Kaizo, what if it wasn't owned by Vodacom? It would not stand a chance.
Well, yeah, you have some great points there, right? The fact that it is actually 30% owned by Vodafone helps them get into certain markets, win certain bids. So recently in Ethiopia, they won the bid to actually introduce the only other telecommunications company. And Safaricom is actually a great company. This is literally a perfect company. I stream on Safaricom. You guys not really have seen me with issues with internet. Even Americans have internet issues. We don't. So the thing here is though, is capital, right? How can Africans get euro dollars in order to actually invest in other countries? Kenya is one of the few countries that can do it, same as Nigeria and South Africa, because they actually do have some capital, right? We have the Equity Bank in Congo, as I said, doing all the transactions for international monetary sort of things. South Africa's companies, MTN is all over the place, for example. So how can we Africans get that? Do you not think that Black Americans, you guys, should find a way to unionize and, let's say, support certain businesses in Africa, buy African products as opposed to Korean or Chinese? Or how do you think Black Americans can help get euro dollars so that we can actually grow our companies? But yeah, Zongo, you can go first.
What has to happen?
I mean, Philip, like, let me respond so that maybe you can give more insight on that. I think, like, I mean, because I've been in the US for like recently. I've been here like, I mean, almost like 4 years now. And when I came to the US, one thing that I noticed is that I guess in Ghana, like most of like there's like they have like large corporations, but like the majority of the economy is mostly informal. It's like small scale businesses. Everybody want to be entrepreneur. And like when I came to the US, I realized like they don't have something like that. It's mostly the private sector is mostly owned by like large corporations, and they compete at a higher level. And if African economies want to, African economies, do you want to compete at a higher level like other Western economies? I mean, because a lot of us think from a small scale perspective, like, oh, let me just establish my small business for me and my family. None of us like really, consider like trying to establish, huge company and attract investors from outside. I mean, even within the country. So I think that's one thing that I saw when I came over here. But I don't really have a deep insight into that because I'm not a business person. Philippe, you can go.
All I was going to say on that, man, is from my view, Kaizo, and is the model of the Bank of Ghana coming into Chicago and merging with the Black American Bank is what needs to happen. But the Bank of Ghana, the Bank of Kenya, the Bank of whichever African country, they got to be stronger and more.
That's a good point.
More capitalized. From what I'm understanding from my brothers in Africa, that a lot of these banks are still doing handwritten ledgers and things like that. and that's just not going to get it done. What happened?
Oh yeah.
Is that
That's crazy.
listen, the black.
Oh,
let me put it.
Felipe, 1 second. Let me just say something, right? My girlfriend actually, right? She studied health something records keeping, right? There's actually a course at university level for keeping records keeping. Like these niggas don't even want to use technology. And yesterday, right, we actually met her other childhood friend who's like the regional head of
Bookkeeping.
healthcare record keeping in the whole country. Like literally, this is crazy.
But
The whole
Kaizo,
course.
Kaizo,
this is the
that's not.
thing.
But hold on,
They keep
Kafaro. Hold on. There's nothing wrong with the studying record keeping, Kaizo.
I was about to say that they do keep certain
Because
records, like
like
some really confidential records. You can't put them online because it takes
No,
some
Kifaru,
secure.
you guys are now adding like flavor to the
No, I
pot.
understand. I understand what it means, but it's
Africans
not
don't
that.
even want to use technology. That's the difference. We're
It's
not
a
talking about.
I mean, the point I want to say is like I work for a utility company in the U.S. and currently I work for a state agency here in Washington State. You know, they do have like record keeping like personnel over here because like once everything has been migrated online, sometimes it's very hard, to find those information, uh, in the cloud, right? So you want to go back to the bookkeeping, room to go and
And it
find
can be
actual
tampered with.
documents. Yeah, so that's not.
Mm.
That's nothing. And like the cloud is just a station that they build somewhere else. What if somebody throws a bomb and just explode it? It's gone.
Yeah, so
you know.
I get your point. But okay, there's several digital solutions, such as using crypto, for example. If you're using crypto technology, the records can't just be deleted because every computer actually keeps a record of that record. So it's going to be kept there. And I get your point of the whole cloud thing, but here's the thing, right? The same issues with the cloud is the same issues with the physical records. You can get floodings. If someone attacks your your data center, right? If someone breaks the data center where the information is kept, then sure, it's going to be destroyed unless it's like it's stored in separate clouds or something like that. But the point is that Africans don't want to even like start using modern systems. Like I said, a whole degree, a whole degree on record keeping. That's insane.
It was a whole degree on that. Oh, okay.
Well, I don't think there's anything bad in that. It's filing, right? It's some kind of a filing system, But it's for backup. I said like for backup.
Yeah, but I mean, but Kaizo, one thing.
No, to be honest though, they're not that bad. They teach programming as well and like data technology and stuff. So it's not completely useless degree.
But Kaizo, I mean, Felipe, I mean, you were raised in the probably in the 80s or the 70s, right? I'm sure like definitely there's a lot of people like that grew up in the 80s that or probably in the 70s that don't know how to use computer like in this age in the US, right? Because I mean, I was shocked myself when I worked for a utility company in the US in Missouri State to find some white people who don't know how to use computers because they weren't raised in those age or era. So I think that's the same problem that we do face in African societies. The ones that are raised in those era, they're just pretty much used to the systems that operated in their era. They just need new generation.
Well, we're not very good, if I may interrupt for a second. We're not very good at educating our people anymore. That 72% of our population has a high school education or lower.
And there's a high literacy rate, if I'm wrong.
Well, high for an industrial country, yeah. And for Black Americans, it's a we don't need to go through the troubling numbers. But I put in the chat this article about the attempt by Bank of Ghana to come and save the last Black American bank in Chicago, and I think it's required reading for all of the people that are talking about this on this chat to see what happened. Listen,
Africans don't read.
Was it owned by Indum, like the guy who invested, like who I think
read the article. It goes into it goes into painful detail as to who owns it, what went wrong, how the U.S. regulations really crippled the bank, and the problems with the accounting, like I brought up the thing of the hand, that was an issue when they started to go to the asset allocations. Basically, what happens, and part of it is that the Bank of Ghana, when they start to get in trouble in the United States, then they try to make a loan to the bank in Chicago, and they get in trouble because of how the assets were structured abroad, and that has to do with,
I see.
foreign banking.
Yeah, but
And that's
Felipe, the
where I was.
solution there
Yeah.
is the solution is simple. It's cryptology. That's the only way you're gonna
Oh,
actually.
is that what you're promoting?
I'm not against crypto, but I think there's something simpler that folks don't seem to want to do, which is to nationalize the natural resources that generate money for you by just
Okay,
doing
Botswana did that,
simple
and they
x-rays of the, if you've got so much amount of iron ore or so much amount of lithium, you can x-ray it down as to how much is in the mine that's extractable, and then to peg your currency to that. But folks don't want to do that because they're afraid of the Mzungu man is going to come in and start disrupting your country. So now we have the choice of starving to death slowly, or bucking them and taking it on, head up. And in the case of the Black American, we can pretend that we have commercial business going on, but if I talk to my friends that have Black businesses all the damn time, and the number one problem that they have is twofold. One, they're undercapitalized and they don't have access to capital from within our community. Second is that everybody in our community, unfortunately, wants the homie hookup on goods and services. It just, and that includes professional services, that we want to, come to our boy and say, I know your price is this, but man, can you cut me a deal for this? And that's just, you can't build an economy like that. You can't. So we need, going back to what Kaiser was starting the thing on Congo about, a cultural rehab all the way from the bottom to the top, because we've got in the United States, Americans, the Indians literally built an economy right in our faces. They took over the gas stations, they took over the motels, and they took over the quickie marts right in our faces. They built it literally in our communities and beyond. That they did that from 1980 going forward. Look, brother, he's gone. Brother Kafaro was talking about, like, you should work within ourselves. Dude, that ship has sailed. If we don't come together as an African group, as Black African people, we're done. Done. Because our money is jacked up, bro. Our money is not in a way that we can build anything, whether it's on the continent or it's in, these Black communities and cities. That ain't going to get it done, brothers. So we got to start taking this seriously. Like, the next 5 to 10 years, we just need to talk about money and how to make it, because all of our problems are centered around money. We don't have enough of it.
And also like the human capital and experience. I'll give it a practical example. Like when I was in Ghana, like I said, I work in the oil and gas sector. It was like a fairly new industry in Ghana. Ghana attracted a lot of like human resource in Nigeria, because like they've been in that industry for far more, like 50 decades, if I'm not mistaken. But most of the technologies used to do exploration, drilling, development of those fields. I don't think we have the capacity to be able to produce that. Mostly come from Western societies, even like because it's an offshore oil field. You need to be able to have a drilling platform offshore, how to build the floating and offloading vessel offshore. It need huge capital and human capital to be able to manufacture those equipment, and I don't think uh, we have that capacity. No, I studied like petroleum engineering, but I didn't learn how to manufacture, ships. you know, so I started to ask myself the question like if is like the degree like really important, because I think it has to be like deeper than that, like because all these degrees means nothing if we cannot be able to manufacture stuff that can really help us to um, maximize our resources. Felipe, because most of the ships were mostly American, if not Asian companies, was mostly European companies, you know. And as we're speaking right now, if you go to Gambia, you go to Ghana, Nigeria, most of the oil and gas companies, uh, was they like developed by most Western companies. Even now, like we highly speak about, like Dangote has built a refinery. Yeah, I get it. He has the money, he has the finance to build it, but the ones with the capital, human capital, came from somewhere else. You know, so I think I don't doubt that there are most blacks here in the U.S. with experience in certain sectors within American economy that can help in African society. Because like when African government, in Ghana, for instance, when the Ghanaian government was calling on black Americans, he wasn't calling on entertainers to come and just I mean, I get it, tourism uh generates huge sums of money for most economies, but he was really calling on people who can really actually come and cause an impact in the local economies. And I don't I'm not sure if like the local politicians are really ready to accept the change that they really called for, because there's a little bit of corruption in those societies. Frustration in African society is what actually pushed me to the US, actually, because that's my my intake on that.
Zongo,
Yeah, hola. A
have
long
you
time.
ever worked long time? Have you ever worked like offshore in the oil company, or you just work? You kind of the one that's sitting there in the desk.
Yeah, I was in the decks. I was just, but I mean, cause see, like, it's in the various department. We have the drilling, department.
Now, yeah, I'm talking about the drill part, the offshore one. Have you ever
Yeah.
worked over there?
No, I never went offshore, but I knew a couple of friends who went offshore.
So that's why you have to respect people like me.
No, but I mean, it's an integration of all department. We have drilling, reservoir, production. There are people that goes and the drilling just go and drill. The production guys have to go make sure to extract the oil from from the reservoir up to to the production lines, right? And the reservoir guys are just in the office using the softwares to maximize um to estimate how much is left in the reservoir, just to make sure like the investment is equals the returns that they are actually making. So there's a sense a synergy between uh the sectors.
Yeah, I got you,
I
man.
mean,
It's all the same. You have 12 people who are analyzing the statistics. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
So I got you.
yeah,
Uh,
because even like because I mean, just the drilling platform in a day, when they drill, it was just $1 million just drilling one well, just a day. Just imagine. So it's a capital intensive industry. I've went to like several seminars in Ghana, and I don't know, like, cause
yeah,
how are
keep
they
on, I'm listening to you, bro. I'm listening.
how are they helping the locals from having taking advantage of their own economy, because the industry, because are they training them to make sure they have the uh, experience to be able to invest? What like is the government providing any kind of incentive to ensure like even the locals have um, access to the industry? Because when I came to the US, I see locals having access to the oil and gas industry here in the US. Everybody, so far as I'm from North Dakota or Colorado, I can invest and make money from the oil and gas. It's not the same in Ghana. Like where, because I know like most African society, African economies, they learn from the Western system. But why are they not like giving the locals the opportunity to also have a local share in the in the national cake or national pie, as they supposedly claim? This yeah.
Well, guys, I literally I gotta go, but I was
Okay.
in the chat trying to. I put a couple of articles. I put the article about the Bank of Ghana, Chicago Black Bank merger attempt
Okay.
in the chat, both in the private and the public chat, and also a link to Earl Graves, the former, former owner of Black Enterprise magazine. I don't know if you know that magazine. It was a Black business magazine, and what he said about running his business magazine and the environment for Black American business. And the reason why I put that there is I was communicating with Crenshaw Grinder that there are certain beliefs that we have about how Black American business is doing and working and operating that it's just not true. And so one of the things that Crenshaw Grinder had put in the chat was about the loss of assets and that Chicago Black business people didn't use them effectively. And I'm originally from Chicago, so I can tell you without a doubt, my dad actually started a business there, that that wasn't it. What it is or was that there were certain Black businessmen, specifically John H. Johnson, publisher of Ebony and Jet magazine, that went out of their way to put other Black businesses out of business because he didn't want to compete with them. And there are countless stories like this of black businesses eating their own
businesses. Yeah.
And so we can't BS about how our people behave, right? And on the continent or in the United States, particularly when they get money. I mean, I don't want to get into it, but there are plenty of stories in the media right now about some of our quote unquote Black American executives. I'll leave it at that. But Kaizo, thank you for your time and chat and with Kaizorians. Thank you for your time. I gotta bounce. I love the show.
And
Please
Felipe, there's
sir.
even like this one Black American. I think he went to my university, Missouri University of Science and Technology, and he's like a billionaire. Like I think is in the construction industry. And I don't know like why a lot of like the blacks in the America do not look up to him, because he's like the model of most Black Americans who actually went to college and really like made it like big time in the US. But it's mostly the entertainers that get to be the face of Black America in America. So that's
I will leave you with this on that point. Black American images of success are not controlled by Black Americans. They're controlled by media companies that are not run by Black Americans. So we don't even control.
Why did Black Americans sell their media? We only have a few. By we I mean I'm just saying the whole Black diaspora, right? We only have a
BET.
few like distribution networks. Why did they sell BET to a bunch of Don't mention it, right? So why did they sell BET to people that are using
Why
it
do they
now to
sell?
push
Why do they
their
sell to
narrative.
Bernie?
Because you can't live a baller life and have
Oh,
private planes and
so the issue
lifestyle
is
if you maintain
basketball
the asset.
Americans. Basketball
They
Americans
cash
need to push
out.
their families, right? Go
Well,
ahead.
they cash out, man. I mean, look, that
Yeah.
you have the option. John H. Johnson kept Ebony and Jet until he ran it into the ground. You know that. And the reason why was this, man. I had friends that were working over there that he kept taking money off of the top. You know, Kaiser, we need to have a show or two or a series about how Africans and Black diaspora members run their businesses. I don't know how many of you, probably more if you're African, have actually worked for a Black business. I have had the good fortune of working for a couple of Black businesses and ones that were successful. And we need to have a conversation about quote unquote Black African good business practices. Would
Awesome.
you agree, Kaizo?
Yeah, no, I agree.
think you
Yeah,
should.
go ahead, Victor.
But
It's very hard to win when you got losing mentalities.
Yeah.
When we
Here's
run
a
the business.
So, for example, I think Ike is on the chat, right? He's one of my business partners, right? We actually run, a company, several companies, and all the employees that we have are all Africans, mostly Ethiopians, actually, right? And a couple Ghanaians, right, with the whole Ghana project. And also, there's another project going on in Kenya. We're going to talk about that until it's materialized, right? But point is, it is possible to run a fully Black business. The issue is, like I keep saying, Felipe, is you got to find people that are adding value to your company. So, we have a very rigorous method of figuring out who's qualified to work with us. If we didn't have that system, we'd be going through all the same stuff. This guy then, because you get the point. So yes, it is possible to have like work with Black people. Just you have to have a very rigorous selection process and decide, we're not here to help the whole community. We're here to help the race. And sure, you can work with individuals within that race, but the whole, like every Dusty is, able to get your time. That can't happen. That's where Black businesses start failing.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point.
Can I throw something and then I'm going to go? That, Brother Kaizo, can I ask you to start another channel that is an online Black incubator of the kinds of things that you and Ike are doing? I will be more than willing to contribute to just talk about good Black business practice that and things related to just running business, just like an incubator would, but online on YouTube, just so that we are all on the same page about how to run a business.
Yeah, I think, Kazo, I think, look, let me just tell you the truth is this. Businesses, I was surprised that Dynasty was trying to run that show, but I was surprised that the girl that was in the show, you see, one thing about Black businesses, the African business is kind of like different. So it's kind of like family type of business and everything. But I think the Black American businesses, now they refer to what you talk about, the Black American African doing business together, that you can be easily be sabotaged in the Black American cycle. You understand me? I was thinking Dynasty was doing a very good job by taking people to Africa and everything. That things were whopping good. There was a girl that's always in the show. Her name is called Flower, Alessa Flower. That girl just came to internet and it showed rubbish that guy. And this is a guy who said, stop this, we're Africans, everything, and called Dynasty a fake Pan-Africanist. That he just all about the money. That it did kind of like Dynasty really love Africa. You understand? And what the guy did, the guy went to hit at the a host called the Tama people and said they're all beggars. And if you start hearing this kind of something, how can you trust people you think, oh man, this might be people that you can trust to do business with? Man, I respect this guy. That brought me to my mind right now to think about who are these guys actually, dancing to Africa. You understand? If she was like followers to Danis and she followed Danis to Sierra Leone, they have a video whereby people are begging for maybe masquerade people begging her support. I call them, or he used the word, this, he called the determined people all beggars. You understand? But you forget that beggars can be in everywhere. And she's now going to other channels that criticize Africans and call Africans piece of shit. I started saying, I'm an African American, I'm a black American, I'm not African. So will you run this kind of show on YouTube? Because Africa does not have that kind of a pancake face that you know real, but you pretend to be real. The white people have that kind of face. With the black Americans being that they've been so long in United States, they have that kind of characteristics also to fake it. You understand me? So doing business in Africa with the black American, I think you have to be very careful if you're genuine on your own side, because you never know who is spies among them and who ready to, to destroy you. You
Yeah,
understand?
exactly.
So that is what I'm seeing in this space of black American people, that they sing the music but they cannot dance the dance. You know what I mean? So I'm very disappointed. And she's now hitting the whole women that is Dallas followers. He just after your money. He didn't even love Africans. He just tried to make money out of this business. He's a tourism guy. The Africans are just part of the pond too. You're part of the pond too. So you that went to Africa and said you love Africa, you do it to Africa, you come to on another show knocking on African people's head. So me to say, Dallas is taking Sierra Leone as a fool and also taking his own people also as a fool. So
What
it's not
happened? What is the problem? What are you talking about, Ola? What happened?
what I'm talking about is there's a new guy in town. It's a big time Dennis Amera for protege.
Okay.
The guy not too long ago, I was checking YouTube. She just put fake Pan Africanists who said they love African. Instead, they all do for the money. They don't really love Africa. So I checked. I mean, what's going on? This guy used to be. Her name is called Alexis Flower. You're
Yeah.
like, whoa, what's
Oh
going on?
yeah, yeah. Alexis Flow. Yeah.
Yeah, she just starts saying, what call that guy, Brandon and dance are fake, telling the women, this guy only need your money, don't even love African and everything. Then from there, she jumped into the whole, to just generalize a whole ethnic group as beggars.
Where? Which
You,
which ethnic group is that?
called the Tema people.
Oh,
Then she have a video of masquerade in the bars. Possibility, yes. They might want to get some money from you. If you go to India, they do the same thing. If you go to other places, they want to get something more for themselves. You understand? It's a tourism business. They think you have more the hard currency. You can just give them $1 paper note. They will even be happy. They don't even know what to do. What. But she just in a way destroyed that ethnic tribe and said they're all beggars. Now she's not in a separate channel show, because this one when they do something, they think we Africans are not investigating them. He now went to another channel show called Fall for Righteousness and said, I'm a black American. I'm not Africans. Most have to open their eyes. It really knock on dinosaur over there, man. Like this guy just only is all what you see is money, 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 money. And this guy does not even love the Africans that he's going to meet over there. This is just all business. And if you tell I don't know, his marketing or whatever, his customer service is not so good. You don't want to hear that and everything. Then just start knocking on the Africans with some other black Americans. See, let's just be honest. I've never met, I'm into oil business. I'm into oil. I'm not a businessman. I'm being employed by the company. I've never met a black American guy in my feed.
Oh, are
Whether
you in the oil and gas sector? Is that where you work?
Yeah, I work in Total F, man.
Oh,
You
okay.
understand? I've never met any black America in my feed. I think I met Caribbeans, guys from Trinidad and Tobago, and some of these guys there. I don't know much about that behavior.
No,
Ola, let
On
me
YouTube.
just because I need to get out of here, man. But I wanted to hear you out, and I wanted to respect the chat. There are always going to be people who are not going to live up to expectations. Always. That's just a human condition issue. I am unfamiliar with the thing that you're talking about, so I'm not going to comment on that. But I was just saying to Ike and to Kaizo that if we created a separate channel just to talk about what is good business practice, the things that you were complaining about, Ola, that to say these are ways that you can develop, just like if you participate in an incubator, like you have a small business and you're in an incubator, they actually have classes in those incubators to teach people how to scale their business. And since Ike and Kaizo are actually doing that, I am more than willing to take some time and to help build another channel that just talks about this is good Black business. This is how we want it to be on the continent, and this is how we want it to be in Black America, and to have them to be compatible or simpatico, so that we can do plugs to sockets and build. And there will be some people that are, not on that and will be destructive. But to the extent that you put out positive stuff, let's try to build that so that we know, at least for a model, this is what good business looks like. This is how we want Africans to be respected. This is how when Africans come into the diaspora and do business, because, like, for example, I would love to see a franchise of African grocery, meaning that everybody is in there, Black Americans, Caribbeans, Black Latinos, and Africans, where we all shop at one franchise of grocery store. Right. If we could do that, that would be huge. Our health would improve. And also we could be in a common space to build something, that's productive. Everybody needs food. So I'm just going to throw that back to Kaizo, and then Kaizo, I'm punching out, so I'll listen offline.
Yeah, Felipe, I mean, what you said is really encouraging, but I've been I've been in I was in Missouri State. I've been, in Illinois for a short while. I'm currently in Washington State. But even Black people with the kind of mindset that you have, I haven't met any yet.
Well, just hold on to that thought, Zongo. We got a new panelist, and Felipe, just give us 10 more minutes, then I'll shut down the show. Actually, soon. We got another Black American here, and he's actually quite relevant here because he's an international bro. I don't want to call him a passport bro because there are certain connotations. So, like Mizi, for example, in your case, what's your experience of working with Africans or Black people? And right now, you work with white man over here in oil and gas and other sort of industry. Interesting. You're out here doing real shit. So, what do you think is possible? Yeah,
let me just
exactly.
correct you. I'm not a passport bro, but I'm always traveling, getting international bread. But what was your question, brother?
Right. So, do you think it's possible for basically Black people? I'm talking about all Black people, right? So, can we actually build franchises and successful businesses and run them? Or do you think that there's always that fear that, for example, BET got sold because it's like, I can't run this business forever. Yet the Jew man is running. Sorry, the current owner of BET is running it really well, and in terms of money, right? I'm not talking about content. So is that fear that we have as Black people when we create something, we always have to sell it really quickly, and we're sort of afraid of maintaining it across time, building generational wealth? Is that a fear that's unjustified, or do you think that there's real physics behind it that makes us actually basically meaning that it's better for us to sell it and to be short-term thinkers because at least we can get something rather than waiting for it to get burnt down somehow? That's the issue.
Yeah, I think it's actually a great question, but salute to everybody on the panel. I think that it's exactly that. The short-term thinking, which is not good, but it's how we're wired. Okay? It's just how we're wired. I'm in the Caribbean now, and I counted on one street, all the hardware stores were owned by Chinese, all the furniture stores were owned by Syrians, and all the clothing stores were owned by Indians, and I'm in the Caribbean right now. So, I think it goes back to like black people don't like to support black people. So, from a business standpoint, if you can build it up and sell it, why not? Because your people ain't going to support you, or they'll support you until someone else comes with colder ice. Now, I think from let's say if I wanted to do, long-term business and franchises, it would have to be something that my people wanted that I could provide the best. Like I said, the Chinese, right? They have a home base in China where they get all their cheap products shipped in here. That's why they run all the hardware stores and like the little 99-cent shit, because they have a home base in China. Black Americans don't have that in Africa. Africans don't have that in Africa. So we lack supply chain to be able to support any real franchises that we run from production, distribution, into retail. And I think that's why people get the bag and jump out. I have someone in my family who sold their cosmetic line. What the hell was that shit called? It was a black cosmetic line, and then they sold it to Avon. You know what I'm saying? Because just like what you said, Avon took it and then made it bigger. I don't know if they sold it to Avon, but they got their money and flipped it and bounced. Black people are very shitty clientele base, if you know what I mean. Especially if it's going to be, I'm going to shop with you just because you're black. I think once we build products that appeal to more than just black people, then we can start competing on a global scale.
Nakmizi, I used to wear Jay-Z clothes and 50 Cent t-shirt called G-Unit and puffy polos and everything. Man, those
Sean
materials.
John, Rockaware, Mecca.
Yeah,
I'll give you a ghetto story.
Yeah.
I buried my brother in a Sean John velour suit. So yes, I did support that business.
No, they're jeans. No.
Oh, are you serious about that, Nakmizi?
I'm dead ass serious. I buried my brother in blue and gray Sean John velour suit with Chuck Taylors. I swear to God.
Nakmizi, I've never had the opportunity to be on a panel with you, and I am happy to see you here. I appreciate your commentary.
So
thank you, brother Philippe.
So Nakmizi, so I used to buy these clothes from Rockaware, their jeans, short John polos, G-Unit t-shirt. Yeah, they can be a little bit not so expensive, but it's okay. They're very good quality, very good materials. So black people have a taste of a high quality type of product. You're right. This business don't stay for too long. I really miss Rockaware because me being very tall, they have this kind of baggies, this kind of pants that are also very long, for my height. Sean John have a long polo at that time when Puffy was having his clothes. It's not like long polos at that time, G-Unit quality of t-shirt was also very, very nice. But after a while, 5 years, this business are gone. Then you start looking, you don't see nothing, FUBU. I used to have FUBU clothes, These are product being actually made for black people, the shape of black men, that will fit into you. But not after 5 years, this business are gone. Then you start looking at other type of wears at this time, most other cultures that doesn't have that black type of shape cannot produce. Look, you can wear Versace as you want. Versace actually made for black people. They are made for white shapes, white men shapes, and everything. That's why most of these pants are skinny. They're not so as big compared to black people have bigger body, big thighs and big legs and everything, upper body and everything, So we always look tight in your body. But what are you going to think about this? The same black
No,
people.
I mean, you're 100% right, brother. And that's why I say, like, we had our own, and then we'll give it up and then just buy European brands that don't even fit us correctly because it's status symbol. We see things that they create as better than what we create for ourselves, even though we know the blueprint of, our body types and all of that better than anyone else. But because it's status symbol, because we haven't really created anything that we think can compete with them, then we just say, you know what? to satisfy my need or my ego and the people around me, I'm going to wear the status quo's clothes. I was out here as well, and they're dumping cheap Chinese electric vehicles all over the Caribbean. These aren't specifically electric, but there's a car called a Chang'an and some other shit. And I'm just looking at it like, this is crap. But China, they produce. We don't produce anything. So if you don't produce anything worthwhile, then you're always going to go to people who have tried and true products.
Well, can I suggest something here, Nakmisi? And that is that we have not created a parallel market that has actual value to exchange for our companies. So what I'm saying is, like take Rockaware. If you don't sell to the Mzungus, then you're hoping that something that's kind of style based continues to have value. And if we had a parallel market of inter-African trade or inter-Caribbean or inter-Black American and Caribbean or whichever, Black American, African, if we had a parallel market that had actual value within it, meaning you sell Rockaware, or better yet, you franchise it and you create a brand that licenses Rockaware to, say, Nigeria, which they're trying to do Black luxury now. And that you build that brand through someone else that it's really your business that they franchise. If we could do things like that, then maybe you don't have to sell. But because we don't have a global outreach economy, you got to sell to the Mzungus. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think that's definitely one of the problems. We don't have global outreach, and when I say like how we're wired, I'm really speaking to how maybe it's more of a diaspora thing. I'm not sure. Maybe it's an African thing as well. But we always want something new, right? So what's popping in our music like this month, it'll be popping next month, but 4 months down the line, it's like we want something else. Artists, clothes, we always looking for something new. We're always chasing that high. In terms of what we use, our commodities, right? But we're not producing any of them. You know, Nigeria, they have their own, I think it's Edison Motors. They make their own cars. They might be sourcing their engines from China, right? But I like that Nigeria is making their own stuff. And in Ghana, they make their own cars as well. And the ones in Ghana, they definitely source the engines from China. But
yeah, Kantanka motor vehicle.
Yeah, Kantanka, right? They source their engines from China, their motors from China. But now, if you really want to have status, if you're Ghanaian or you're a Nigerian, that's the last thing you're gonna be driving is the Edison. You're gonna jump right to the G-Wagon because that says I've made it. And I think until we start valuing our own products, it's nothing's gonna change. So you can do like Black-based franchises, but if we don't value our things, then who's going to be our customer base? It ain't going to be Mzungus, you know.
Yeah.
Can I throw something on that?
Listen, Felipe, I wanted to say something. I think,
yes, sir.
I mean, even like the automobile, the one in Ghana, for some reason, even like as a Ghanaian myself too, I don't know, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think Nakmizi made a very valid point. Sometimes I would want to like patronize a local product, but then I'm like, why am I going to buy this local product? They charging the same price as maybe VW or Mercedes Benz, and Mercedes Benz have been in the industry for for several decades. They have more experience. Their safety requirements probably top notch compared to this local product, and even like the face of the automobile company, like the locally manufactured automobile, like Kantanka in Ghana. I mean, the CEO, the kid, I don't like him. Like he has this, um, how do I say? He's like pompous, like I don't know, I don't know what to say, but
How
his
dare that Negro feel himself?
yeah, he feel himself that way. He doesn't, he doesn't act like someone who's humble. I don't get it. Like I don't know, maybe they probably can use a different person, but I don't know. They just want to be the one who had the idea. He gave it to his son, and the son is the one controlled. Maybe the son probably does not have the capacity to raise the company to a different level, but because it's a family-owned business, it has to be from within. So I think that's the challenge that poses to most African business. Like, because you started it, must you be the one continuing it, or can you just appoint a different CEO to be the face of the company, and then you having the greatest share in the company? I think this is the conversation that we can just start. I don't know.
But Zongo, if it's now, if no, way back, there's no like internet as much when these guys was actually very very famous. I think now most of these Black American clothes would have served heavily in Nigeria because that in Nigeria, if you go to a place called this shopping mall, so this big shopping mall, you see a lot of these clothes that they wear in America. You see in this big time shopping mall, but Nike and Zara and some of these big time. So just imagine, black person will always like black people product because they see things in the same view, the same eyes. You understand? But let's assume now, because I have a friend who make a lot of money from hip hop clothes in Japan. This guy is very, very, very rich. He made a lot of money out of it. He bought hammer and everything. The guy live in Nigeria and the guy is very, very rich. He just sold hip hop clothes. I have a store, I have 3 stores in Japan. That's how he made his money. You understand? So I think uh, what Black America don't really understand yet is how to market some of their products, in Africa. Like what the gentleman said, you can, source it out and everything. Let's just be. I'll be straight up to you, man. I like most Black American products because Afed is cool in their body. And me that very, very tall dude, I look towards Michael Jordan type of clothes, type of material, what fits into him. Because I'm tall, regular car doesn't really fit into me. I can't use a regular Mercedes Benz because my knees would just be too long. My knees will be by the steering. So that's why most of the time, if I want to buy, when I enter United States to buy my first car, I have to, dump the other cars. I was using Grand Cherokee a long time. That car was very, very tight in me. I was having hip problem. So I went to United States. I bought Serena the first time. That was spacious. Then I went back. I bought QS56. That car is huge. I bought the United States. I bought it at that time when so petrol is high, everything. I just came at the right time. I bought the car over there. I shipped it to Nigeria. Up to today, this car I'm still using. It's a 2010 model car. You understand? So Black Americans have way more advantageous if they can market their product in Africa. Actually, you don't have to roll on and lose because you want to sell your goods in Africa, but you just have to check if you check Burna Boy like to dress like Black Americans. You know what I mean? Most Africans like to dress like Black Americans. That's just the truth. If you check Zongo's wearing a singlet. Almost like Black Americans.
Singlet?
Hold on.
You mean the tank
Nah,
top?
that was a shirt.
There's some brilliant stuff that was just put forth there, and you guys all had thoughtful things to say. What I wanted to say, part of the issue is we don't control our images. We need, like Nigeria has done, they're only using local Black African models now for their images to rebrand what we consider to be Black luxury and to reimagine what that means. Because the traditional imagery of luxury is something usually pertaining to colonization, vast wealth in estates and foreign lands that all has some sort of Mzungu imagery. So if you are a Black person, wherever you come from, whether it's Africa or Black America, that it's impossible for you to be both at the bottom of luxury that's created by Mzungus and also luxury yourself. So you devalue yourself because the brand messaging is of remember the time when we ruled the world. If you look at all of the, European brands, at some level, they have some messaging like that. And so what I'm going to propose is stuff like this. And I put in the chat, both of the public and the private. There's a car out there. I put the link. You can look at it. It's from Tryon Supercar Motor Company. This car should be in every Afrobeat, every hip hop, every rap imagery created and talked about as luxury. It is a car that's created by a Black engineer, the engineer that designed the Tesla Model S, and he designed several other things for Chrysler, the minivan, and several other things. Very successful Black American car engineer, and he has his own car company, right? He was encouraged to open it by, what's his name, Elon Musk himself.
Yeah.
But we don't see this car any damn where. We see the same G-Wagons and whatever because there isn't a message to like, no, we're going to promote our own African luxury stuff. And that luxury is not, it should be based in African images, not in European images. There were certainly wealthy images in historical context of Africans, but it's got to be our own thing indigenously. There should be a franchise of Nemesis, which usually the way it works is they take the Formula One engineering and then put that in regular domestic cars. And that's what should be happening. And that first manufacturing base should go right there to Nigeria. But the point is, we're not doing it because there's no impetus from either side, from the continent or from Black America, to say, this is how we get the bag to circulate the money. We should have right now a steady parade of all these old Black American hip hop artists that had hits that they don't own their masters, to go right there to Lagos, get with a Nigerian production company and re-record those songs with Afro beats that they own the masters with the Nigerians. They don't even own their intellectual property of the things that made the Mzungus rich. And they can go and do those remixes and whatever right now. We should have a immediate merger of Black Hollywood with Nollywood and African filmmaking to make our own stories, our own images. The technology is out there now. There's animation coming out of Africa now. There are movies coming out of Africa now. Our people, I live in LA. Our people, I see them in the industry and so on, they're struggling to stay on shows and to get writing gigs and whatever. And that's because there's no market that we've created of our own. They got to go beg to the other communities to get on a show or to write a show or to get it distributed. That ain't going to get it, folks. So listen, man, it's the power is within our hands if we choose to do it. It just,
Yeah, but
Brother
Felipe,
Philippe, I'd like to ask you a question. Go on, brother.
I was just saying, like, I mean, it's a remarkable point, but I don't think all of us should just concentrate in just the entertainment like industry. I mean, there's some of us who are not really interested. Like for me personally, I'm not really interested in the entertainment industry. I'm more like interested in something elsewhere other than entertainment. And I'm sure like there's a lot of Africans too, or even blacks over here in America that are not necessarily interested in the entertainment industry. So I think if we can widen our conversation beyond the entertainment industry, that could be helpful as well.
I'm just using that as an example. Yeah.
Let me respond to Philippe's point real quick, and then I can pass it to Kifaru if you guys don't mind. I do agree with Zongo, but Philippe did mention the car aspect, right? With the Black American who created the car. So I want to go there, and I want to play coon advocate for a second. Should we be focusing on the customer base before we focus on the product quality? Because yes, Japanese people, they make great cars, but they're not making their cars specifically for Japanese people. They're making their cars good. They're making quality products. And I think if we focus on making a quality product first, that the world accepts, then because how we are wired, then black people will jump on the bandwagon. I think last, when they see other people see more value in our own stuff than we do, then they'll say, "Oh yeah, okay, let's get this car that's owned by this person." But I think what needs to come before just selling to a black customer base is creating a good product. And I think that's where we as people lack. We don't create good products because we're singing kumbaya and why don't they want to buy, this and why don't they want to buy that? And if you look at most of the, not most, but a lot of black products, a lot of African traditional products are made in Holland.
Yeah,
they're,
yeah,
they're run
I
by
agree.
black people.
Oh, except the
Yeah,
traditionally made kente is made
yeah,
in
but Zongo, the kente is still made in a really local manner. There's no
yeah,
loom.
yeah,
You
you're
can't do
right.
you can't do mass
Mass
production for
production.
kente.
Wait,
Even
wait,
handwork.
you guys are talking about kente. Kente is just one
No,
form.
let me
Kente,
just share this thing. I heard
right.
Nakize talking about we don't value our stuff. Do you know this guy, this African American guy called Gerard Anderson Lawson? Okay, if you don't know, that guy was the first man on earth that discovered video game cartridge. When we're young, we played the Nintendo, those cartridges. You understand? He was the inventor of video game cartridges, where you
Yes,
can use
I
one
actually
model.
know who this guy is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So because of his technology, Nintendo was developed, Sega was developed, Atari was developed. He brought that, but he has got no credibility. I see his children that in some music thing, we lose a lot because we don't value our own things. That guy he is the father of video games cartridges. When I saw that documentary, like I almost cried. I said, why are black people not the one who own this company, this industry? But now when we talk about video games, we're talking about maybe Japan, I don't know, maybe China. So we need to value our own stuff. He did that in his own garage. You understand? So if we start valuing our own stuff, even if they're not as quality as we expect them to be, but we need to start from somewhere. It is so sad that Ghana has to go and import Mercedes from Germany for ambulances, where he could tell the tanker to build it for them, or Ghana importing police or security vehicles from France, Peugeot, or I don't know, Nigeria. We need to start valuing our own stuff. Yeah, maybe they are sourcing their engine from foreign countries because, well, it's economical for them to do it that way. But if they start having mass production, they can still get the pattern and build those engines in Ghana. So if we don't value our things, we lose. So that's just what I want to say. Get the time and read about him. Anderson, what's it called? Gerard Anderson Lawson. Smart
Yeah,
guy. Smart.
there are countless stories. Let me just, because it all comes down to one thing. But look, the woman that invented LASIK surgery, that was a black woman. There are countless. The guy who invented the radiator, the modern radiator, that was a black person. There are, oh my gosh, the super soaker water gun, that was invented by a black person.
Fiber
All black
optics.
Americans.
Or
There are tons of
fiber optics, the one who make it possible for us to even have this
absolutely,
kind of
and
communication.
also GPS. There was a black woman that did the mathematics for that. But
But
look,
okay.
let me just get to the point, and then whatever. And I'm reading this thing from BB Rodriguez. I'm not insulting Black Americans in pointing out the challenges that we have. That we need a financial infrastructure to be able to scale like Mr. Lawson's cartridge company or any of these companies. Right now, on that Tryon car, this guy needs capital investment, but there's not any kind of Black American, Black African banking structure that he can go to get the kind of money to build a car company. A car company costs tons of money. The Tesla was helped, ironically, by Obama when he was in office because they got government subsidies to build. The issue, and you know, I'll go back to where I was with this of scaling and developing capital markets and focusing on Black American, Black African, Black Caribbean business building. We need incubators and good Black business practice. You know, we need to get rid of some of this stuff that we have that's not serving us well, as this is what good business practices. Nakmizi said something that I thought was really brilliant about focusing on quality. You know, that we are some of the brightest people in the world, but we have to be consistently thoughtful and bright. The difference is you can't have a company that's able to make the product good some of the time. It's got to be consistently good everywhere we go. And so I'm gonna leave with that. Kaizo, Nakmizi, everyone on this panel, I'm hoping that we can build a channel that just focuses on good Black business practice and how to do good Black business. Instead of talking about what we can't do, let's try to focus on what we can and how to do it and do it well to make it a resource so that we can all get better.
I think we can start with little partnerships, very small partnership. Don't go into a partnership that will take a lot of your income. Start with very little partnership with like close friends. It worked for me.
So I have a question for Nakmizi. Nakmizi, do you think like this local automobile like companies in Africa that are, you know, getting their engines from other countries, do you have issues with that?
I would prefer that they had the technology to make them themselves, right? But you got to crawl before you walk.
Because
why? Go on.
Yeah, I said that because you know, I've been into like I've been to like obviously like Boeing aircraft assembly plant over here in Washington State, and you know, they produce like 50 aircraft on every month, and their number one customer is in China. But the engine is not manufactured by Boeing themselves. It comes from, you know, a private manufacturer. I mean, because if the company have
Rolls-Royce.
Yeah, exactly. If the company has years of experience manufacturing that particular equipment, then it's best you just, you know, get it from that person, you know, instead of
Absolutely.
some.
That's why I said I didn't really have a problem with it. I would prefer that, you know, Nigeria, instead of having their people fleeing because they're not supporting their people, and you know, I don't want to say us supporting, but the conditions make it very ripe for them to leave to go seek greener pastures, and that's human nature. So I'm not going to throw any shots here. I wish that, and maybe they are doing it, they'd have their youngest and the best and the brightest go and learn the technology just like China did, right? And then bring it back home, Ghana included, and any African country. I wish they can send the people out and then remix it and then make it on their own. That's, you know, but for now, if they're going to go to a person who copied the motor, the combustion engine,
Mhm.
and then remix it, or use it in Ghanaian stuff, then, you know, do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes you can be able to do it, but you wouldn't be able to meet like the I think the standard that is required. So you might have to like outsource it from someone else.
I don't
It-
really think so. I think we don't have the industry to melt and cast steel to shape them to an engine block. I think that's a limitation. But for other countries, if Boeing is doing that in China, maybe it's just for economic reasons.
No, no, Boeing is not. It's not buying it from China.
Yeah,
They are
sorry.
selling.
So I mean, if they're doing engines that, like most cars, they have separate plants in different countries, it's because of economic reason. Maybe because they want to spread their business. It's not because they lack the industry to do that. But in the case of Africa, it's because we don't have that, maybe a steel or smelting industry where we can cast metals and create engine block. If we have that, then we can say, okay, it is economical. Maybe it's really costly for them to build something. And again, I don't think they can actually do it because melting steel requires a lot of electricity, and most African countries still suffer with electricity shortage.
Yeah,
That's a
but not necessarily if the company is a huge company. I mean, they should be able to generate their own electricity. Like many industries that have been here in Washington State. If you go to lumber manufacturing facility, they
Uh-huh.
have their own boiler that generates their own electricity for themselves
okay.
from
Good.
biomass. Most
Wow,
like factories in America do not rely on external electricity
wow, that's cool. That's
to
cool.
they
That's
have
cool.
their own internal way of
Actually, that is a
generating
great idea.
electricity. Yeah, most company here in the US that I've been to so far, like they have their own factories. They generate their own electricity, and the extra electricity they give it to the local economy, the local like surrounding neighborhood.
So
Hey,
was it? Is it cool?
can we acknowledge our brother Jot and Zola for supporting the show with about 25 Jamaican dollars? That's always helpful. You can buy at least 3 beef patties with cocoa bread with that. So thank you, brother John Zola.
Let me see. You've got a
Thank
big
you,
mouth.
brother.
I've
Like,
not
please,
seen you.
have you considered working in the oil and gas
Oh,
industry in
Jesus.
Nigeria or those like African countries? Have you considered like going there since you
Yeah,
are?
I already looked it up, and I'd be working with the same people that I work with in Holland because they're already over there.
Oh, they're over there. Yeah, I said it. Like
Yeah, they're
no,
already over there.
yeah, they're over there. I mean, in the industry, it's mostly like Western companies.
I don't know if Nagbez is married, then they will marry one Igbo guys. If he's single, they will marry one Igbo guys.
Nagmizi actually needs an African woman, Nigeria for that matter. I'm not going to
It
lie.
can be anywhere.
It can be anywhere.
Yo, y'all want to hear something? I just copped a house out here, right? And
Also,
in
the
Caribbean.
person he bought it from a black, yeah, in the
Congratulations.
Caribbean.
Oh, okay.
no,
Thank you.
I was you,
So
you say
I
you have
was
an
fixing it
Hausa
up, right?
lady. Sorry.
Huh?
Go
You
ahead.
say you met,
Yeah,
you met a
All right.
congratulations,
lady?
So
brother.
Sorry, go ahead.
thank you, brother. I appreciate it. So now look, check this out. In the living room, the lady is a black lady. She drew like an East African mural on the whole wall. And honestly, I love it. First thing my wife wanted to change was that she painted that shit white the second day we moved in. And we were arguing over that shit. She was like, I don't like it. So I don't think my
Well,
family
Welcome
ain't
sometimes
to
too
marriage.
pro African.
Welcome to
Africans
marriage,
don't take
Nakmizi.
equality.
That is
Exactly.
marriage.
This is the thing. Africans don't take sometimes to do some stuff. The rush. There's no quality in most time. When I see African things, I think people just trying to appreciate them because they want to support them. But sometimes they lack quality in what they do, and they can't even compete with the rest of the world with some of the things they do. You understand? It's just so basic, and they expect people to like them. Or it's an African thing, but come on, man. This is 2018. If
Yeah,
you
but
want
No, no,
yeah,
to,
Kufara, I think you're wrong. That cloth you're wearing, I don't know. That cloth you're wearing right now, that traditional cloth you're wearing in Nigeria. I saw somebody wearing it, and this guy's from Nigeria.
why do you wear it? Well, I'm wearing
is
this. It's cold. It's cold over here.
Yeah,
Why
I'm
you
is
gonna
dress?
holler back at you. I gotta.
is it
Why
from
would you
Cameroon?
dress again?
Is it from Cameroon, Kifaro? Is it from
No,
Cameroon?
no, 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 that the other traditional one you were wearing, not this.
Hmm.
Your traditional cloth you were wearing. It's not
Is it
bad
from
at all.
is it
I
from
saw a lot of
Cameroon?
Cameroonian. Yeah, this.
Ah,
I
that
Cameroon,
saw.
yeah.
one.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
saw Nigerian guys wearing it. The guy was wearing it to open his house as a housewarming party. You
Yeah,
understand?
yeah,
Oh,
He
yeah.
okay.
dressed,
I've seen that. That's Cameroon. That's Cameroon. They
yeah,
call it.
the guy dressed up, and to us it was a little bit. We're like, whoa, what kind of where you get this from? This is beautiful. They said no, it's from Cameroon. It's a Cameroonian
Yeah, yeah. It's
traditional
called.
wear.
It's
So,
the thing. Yeah,
I
it's
think we
beautiful.
blacks like most black products. I'm not going to lie to you, man. I'm heavily influenced on black products, apart from the cars, because might be but in terms of the clothes, look, I'm in the generation, whereby hip hop really take over, and I like black Americans clothes a lot. You understand? I even like. Okay, they said the MTV clips they were showing was fake. Man, I like their most things a lot. We can might be talking this YouTube anyhow, might be trying to throw sometime. I'm not going to lie to you, man. I'm heavily influenced by some of these Black Americans, celebrities, product a lot. I read a lot of their Body magazines and everything. When I was a student, I used to buy mortgage.
Ola, what happened to you? You've changed. You used to be like now you change your tone, man.
Oh, you say he was hating? Is that what you're saying?
On African Americans, you always go, no, black
Oh
American,
no, not
makes it, blah
no.
blah blah. Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean,
But
if you
this is
have
the
people
thing,
like
Zongo. Why is Ghana not commercializing the kente? I have a kente here that is really, really good. It's original. I bought it from this guy. You can see that kente is original. Why don't you commercial? Why don't you mass produce the kente? You have those guys weaving things locally. How much can you make? You understand? You can't even. You need to commercialize that thing. Get some industrial loom
yeah.
and pattern them and produce it.
Yeah, even when I was in Missouri, like where my university where I graduated from, the thing that they kind of put it around their neck. How do they call it again? Kaiser does.
The scarf.
Yeah, I mean, there's a right term they call it in English. I don't remember it. I like the whole university in the U.S. producing that is like kente, and they like, I'm like, wow, like I don't know. Well, I don't come from that particular ethnic group, so I mean, it's not a
Uh, uh,
national thing. That is upon them for them to decide if they want to go
I have a,
national.
I have a, I
Zongo.
have a special kente that someone brought to me. I'm going to show you. I designed it myself. Very powerful. See?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see it. Yeah.
Oh,
It's
that's
it's
very nice, man.
that's right.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. A
Very,
lot.
very nice. And it's 100% kente. And I bought it expensive and I put this leopard skin on it.
Yeah.
Really nice.
It's probably way cheaper in Ghana than outside, right? So yeah, the locals don't benefit from anything anyway. So because
Zongo, what I'm trying to say, if 'cause I've watched some of these Black Americans car shows, sometimes they pimp their ride and everything. If these Black Americans who are mechanic in the United States jam these African mechanics, I bet they will create a very total new engine. You understand? Because they will join their I'm not saying like a Pan Africanist now, but let's just be sure every black people have Pan Africanist in their mind. Well, they just have to say it sometimes. If because when I watch some Black American shows, all this mechanic over there, the way they pimp their ride, and they have to apply this brain with the Africans in the continent also are very good in mechanical job also. Man, they will create total new engine for some of these cars in this Innocent Motors, your Ghana manufactured cars and everything. They have to just it's
Mm.
just one company have to make use of their brain first as an example. You understand? Just bring in some of these guys.
yeah, Olaba, it's not just them. So I think it has to do with American
Okay,
society.
go to United States.
I'm
Go to
saying like
United States.
American society, all those equipment is readily accessible to
Yeah,
you.
that's what I mean.
You know.
Go to United States, look for these guys, check the way they pimp their ride, check the way they move around. Because some of these guys are the mechanic of their own cars also. So okay,
Yeah.
can you drop a whole engine, dismantle it, refix it back again? They'll tell you yes. So okay, they check the way it's doing it, then build some of these cars, bring them over to Africa, source some contract to him, let him work with some African super mechanics also. Man, these guys will
Yeah.
be building a powerful engine, some of all these cars that you don't even need to be sourcing
Ola,
your engine from China.
yeah, I was watching that Emerson showroom. Damn, these guys have got cars that can compete with European cars, design. So, what is the business of the Emerson car in Nigeria? Why is it not booming? What's the problem?
Yeah, innocent cars are booming now. This innocent cars are booming there now. Because things are very expensive in Nigeria. So most people are now turning to innocent cars. They try to run Harvard. They try to run Avatar them a lot, but the problem is Nigerians are not buying it massively like the way they go and buy Japanese cars and all these things. You understand me?
Yeah.
Still, the Japanese cars are kind of like status looking type of cars and everything. But
It
now
needs
that is,
more.
yeah, now Nigeria economic is almost like on its news. So people are kind of like looking at
It
this
needs more
innocent
market.
cars and one other cars.
But the thing is, we cannot just. The thing is, we cannot just nationalize. just like innocent cars first. Because like when I came to the US, when you go to Walmart to buy your groceries or other like accessories, I mean people are just looking for something cheap and readily accessible. You go to Walmart, right? So you don't have to focus on just the rich people, those who want luxury. Majority of people living in Nigeria, probably in West Africa as a whole, they want just something cheap and affordable. So for us, it's a car. They can make a lot of money from that. You don't have to focus on. Oh, you have to compete with Rolls Royce. You can probably just change the brand from Innocent and make it a luxury brand, and then compete at that level, and then use the Innocent probably compete at the
Yeah. You
cheap and
can bring.
affordability
I bet you,
part.
man. If you bring some of these black Americans that are facing these their supercars, have you ever seen the way they pimp their ride? These cars, you see a saloon can become almost like a jeep on a high level, and these engines, these turbo engines, they're in these cars. They did it themselves. They just said, "Man, look, bring them in, man. Source other Africans who are so good mechanicals. Let's work together. If things are booming, they have to get some percentage, whatever you do. Because look, a China man will work with a China man in United States. I understand this YouTube can be sometimes nasty. Forget those ones, man. The real ones are not on YouTube. Call these guys in, do business with them. Then you start expanding the business, heavily. You understand? So we don't have to just what Africans are doing yet is like, oh no, I don't trust him. That's just the way they're doing in Nigeria also. But man, you have to take the brain of these guys that live with this weapon for a very long time. Take their brain, bring it in because they know a lot. Invest it into your territory. Everybody will be happy. They will be rich. I believe you. They will be far more willing to work with Innocent Moto than even work with a Japanese man because of their mindset. That's just the truth, bro.
Yeah, but you cannot just I think it has to be you know like the model that the Westerners are operating on is really you know if you just build your business based on your own name, it's gonna be hard for investors because like you have to have a different CEO. Like Google, like we all know the owners of Google, but it's not managed by themselves. They have a different CEO. If you're not performing, they just take you down and use a different person. You know, if you can have the same model, that will work. Because even Kantanka, for instance, for some reason the CEO is the child of the one who owns the company, and he
Yeah.
has his attitude in the public space. Nobody really likes it. Because recently there was even Ghanaians that use Japan cars. I think was it like G wagon, and to
That guy,
travel
sorry,
to
sorry to ask
travel
you.
to travel from Ghana all the way to London, and they contacted the Kantanka CEO that they wanted to use his car to
Mhm.
embark on that trip. He never responded, and after the trip made a head wave in the BBC and on social media, then he started responding that nobody called him and nobody did this, nobody did that.
I actually called Kantanka one time, and I had some money and I was going to buy a car. I think that they had one car that cost almost $12,000. And when I called, I asked them. They said no, they don't have that anymore. They had only one was a pickup, and it was maybe 19,000. I just said no. That guy is he a mixed guy? He looks really mixed.
I think it's his dad or something. I don't know.
No, I mean the dad. I mean the Kantanka himself.
The old man? You mean the old man?
Yes, yes.
I know. I doubt he's a mixed guy. 'Cause he probably dyed his hair. I think he relaxed the hair to make it like long. I don't know.
He looks
Probably.
like Michael Jackson.
Zongo. Look, the guy that built the guy that built Nigeria FM radio station, right? Well, the guy that built Nigeria FM radio station at that beginning was the black American guy. The guy died in Nigeria. COVID killed him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the guy that built Nigeria FM station when that FM was just booming, how to present in FM, how to make it boom, people would be listening, everything was being done by black American guys. The guy is married to an Igbo guy. The guy was really very rich. The guy came in towards the late 80s when FM want to start picking up in Nigeria. You understand? and that's how the guy make a lot of money. Become a multimillionaire in dollars. I'm not talking naira, in dollars. Married to an Igbo girl, they have children there together. So you can you can use look, you can use your own type of people first to boom the business if it's good, because some of them have look. Let's just be honest. Their finishing product. This Black Americans finishing product is far more better than one African's finishing product. So they can help you brush up everything, give you a finishing product that other countries will like, because they have already get used to this kind of services and everything. So after
Yeah.
working together, things will start going well. Then you still seeing things. So I don't say anything wrong using your own type of people first that look like you as part of the whole ball game. He that came in will make a lot of money. That's just what I mean. You cannot stop. The product is not going to be sold to black people alone. You start Japanese. What do you think is Japan? Who was producing Japanese? Not Japan people. So you can bring in people that look like you, but have more experience with the white people, what they want, and their finishing product. Man, everything will just boom up from there.
Yeah. Yeah, but the Japan motor is the one manufactured in the U.S. I think it's been done by Americans, right? So I mean, I think I don't know. I mean, the whole like I think the diaspora are the ones that can because they have a feel of like how the Western society is. They can
Yes.
go and impact a change on the continent because I think
We,
what we see over here because most of us when we came what we saw we liked it. So there's no doubt that what you replicate or probably in your own innovation do something new, people are going to like it over there. you know if the locals do something competitive, something that is appealing, they have like high customer service, like services, uh they produce quality products, the locals are going to like it. And every society, people just like good stuffs. Because even recently in Ghana, KFC just came to Ghana and everybody's just trooping, like going there. Why? Because they like it.
because it's new. Nagmisi said that. We just
Yeah,
like new stuff.
it's new. It's new building, something different. They have a drive-through, something they haven't seen before.
No,
Something.
but Ziongo, sorry for cutting short. Look at
No,
this. What is KFC? It's chicken and chips. Don't we have chickens in Africa? We do. Don't we have potatoes? So why can we not come out with our own brand and just monopolize and make it like local something? It does not need to be an high end where you need to go and sit in this extra clean, not why clean is good. We can just create something that everyone can have. Chicken and chips, give our own name. What's KFC? It's just the brand. But at the end of the day, it's just bloody chicken and fried chips.
yeah,
Nothing else.
you're right. You're right. But like it's the investors are the one who invest in those corporations. So I think it boils down to having capital in the market, those who are willing to invest in a large fast food chain like KFC. Are people willing to invest in stuff like that? Because if you and I want to establish something, we can just be we can only do like within our local community. You wouldn't be able to manage it like even within the whole region or something. You need huge investor capital to establish regional uh buildings in order to sell to your customers at different regions. It's just I don't know. I mean, for me, I'm still learning, but I don't know much. It's just it's just yeah.
Yeah, we need the diasporans, but we don't need the Negropeans, as I call them Negropeans, because Negropeans they just want to be with Africa when all is good. When all is not good, they just go back to Europe. So we,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
need
but Farah, but I think our leaders too, they don't really have
yes, we don't have
they don't have
leaders.
this like competitive,
We don't have Zongo. That's why I say
zeal, this
we need
uh,
to get
uh,
into politics. That's why I'm the
no,
ACUP.
but politics doesn't really because see, I work for even until like I work for the state government, right? I mean, the politicians make decisions. When I came to the government, that's how I realized, oh, how much of an impact we make to politicians. Because if they're gonna make any rule or pass a law, they have to seek our insight, like the engineers in this field, and we have to feed them with the information. So at the end
Yes,
of the
yes,
day, it's still the, it's kind
yes.
of you're still linked with the
You,
politician. They
you,
just
you,
don't.
you you are correct. The
They just don't get.
politicians, they work with the engineers. Sometimes engineers don't know about policies. Like engineers are focused building your stuff. They're in the lab doing the research to make things work. But the politicians are the ones that need to make policy to give them the freedom to do what they do. You understand what I mean? So if we don't have good politicians who understand the state of affair, then we can't go anywhere. I always tell people, you might have the best idea, the best business idea. You go to Ghana, if the political atmosphere is a failure, you will fail. It doesn't matter how good you are.
Yeah,
That's just what
and,
I'm trying to
and
say.
and most people don't like the political atmosphere in African. I mean, I don't know, all African
Yes,
societies
yeah,
or most
exactly. Because we don't have politicians. We just have
because
people trying to feed themselves.
during like election time, everybody tends to run away. Even like the corporations, they run away because there's uncertainty in the atmosphere. Like, oh, is there going to be uh, violence stemming from the election results or something like that? And everybody, like yeah, and that's the reality. It stifles
I,
economic progress.
I think we should think like Nigerians. You understand? Nigerians, they don't see Nigeria as the only country to do business. They're everywhere in Africa, not only the West. But you see, most nationals, like a Ghanaian, he only thinks about how to do business in Ghana. He does not want to leave Ghana. A Cameroonian, a Kenyan, but Nigerians are striving. They go all over the place. I think we should start thinking like that because me personally, I'm looking at Kenya. It looks like okay, they have
Kifar,
something.
where do you stay now?
Well, right now I'm in the UK, but April I'll be in Ghana.
Well, then I mean, if you're in the UK, it means you are also, moving to different places, right? You don't
Yeah,
necessarily have to.
I
Yeah, there
move.
has to be something that kind of draws you to go into those places.
Well, it's just nature of my work and some
You
hustle.
just don't have to get up and just go to Kenya because they are over there.
No, no, of course, you need to go and see the market and see the
It has to be something.
opportunities there. You know.
Most of them, if they had a chance to go to Western societies, they would go. But if they just don't want
Yeah,
to
okay.
stay, like,
This is the thing. This is the thing. A
and, I,
successful
and
person
I'll tell
in
you one thing too. My family, I'm from Ghana, but my ancestry is not traced within the confines of the Ghanaian, the current territorial boundaries of Ghana. Right. We also migrated, but different reasons caused us to migrate from different region, and it's just it was the religious reasons why we kind of migrated, and then we
Well,
settled.
you're in Fulani.
No, I'm a Hausa guy. We settled in Togo.
What's that?
Yeah,
What's
because
that?
when we migrated, there was no like national boundaries at the time.
But
So
Awusa is quite big. But do you all see yourself as one? No,
no, because once you stay, because now I'm in Ghana, like my whole
you're Ghanaian. Mhm.
yeah thinking is Ghana, like because when I
Yes,
met a
yes,
lot of
of
them,
course. Mhm.
when I had a chance to meet some of them from Nigeria or Nigeria, I realized their thinking was a little different. Because in Ghana, our com-
Exactly.
our communities, we 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 are not like extremists in our thinking. Everybody, like, regardless of your ethnic group, you just one. You just, so far as you're a Muslim, you're just one thing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But the ones from like northern Nigeria, they don't like other tribes. So I don't say
Yeah,
I
I
don't mean
don't know what is wrong
everybody.
with the Muslim in northern Nigeria. I don't know. It's only in Nigeria, in the whole of West and Central Africa, that you have this massive divide.
Yeah,
In my
I
country,
don't mean to say like all of them, but that's what, like, there's just like resentment, right? I, I
Mhm.
I didn't experience that when I was in Ghana, so it was, so I would say like I'm just a whole different, it's just the environment where you find yourself in. Not everybody's like that, but a couple of, when it comes to politics, it's all about tribal resentment and dislike. But anyway, I mean, I'm no longer in Africa because I'm not loyal to Ghana. By the way, I mean wherever the place benefit me, that's where I stay. So far,
Well,
America benefit.
I think we all our allegiance to Africa, man. I don't
No,
like when people say we owe our allegiance to Africa. Maybe we are not there, but that is the only place where we are completely free. I'm not gonna
uh,
lie.
Kifaro. I mean, when I was in America wasn't the first country that I came to. I was in Cyprus, and I went back to Ghana,
Mm,
hoping that I was gonna get a job over there. But you gotta know someone to be able to
you know
get a
someone,
job.
yeah. When you
You know,
go
even
to
even when I was working over there, seeing foreigners, excel in my own country, I used to be outraged. I used to be very
mm,
envious. I used to be jealous of those people.
I
I'm like,
don't
I'm
go
like,
to Africa to look for a job. I go to Africa to create my own job. That's
you
why I
get what
tell
I'm
Africa.
saying? So
Don't
you
have the
being
mindset. You'll be frustrated. Don't go there to look for job. You'll be frustrated. The system is not built for you.
yeah, so
Go
you
and
being a
create
citizen,
your own job.
yeah, so you being a citizen, it means nothing actually. It means nothing. It means nothing. Citizenship means nothing if the country really can't really offer you any opportunity to be able to thrive. So that's why a lot of people just move. As far as I'm concerned, now I'm in the US and I'm thriving over here, with a little, you know. Um,
Yeah, but this is the thing. We think we're striving, but to me, it's still like a bunch of emptiness. Do you understand? There's
yeah,
no
but,
maybe.
Kifaro, hold on, Kifaro. Everybody's reality and experience is not the same, because a lot of times people tend to use their own personal experience to kind of
Zongo.
like
Okay,
generalize it as though.
when I see myself, okay, people will see me. Oh, your life is okay. You succeed in Europe. You understand, but I still feel that this is not where I'm supposed to be. I wish I could be like this in my country. You understand what I mean?
Mhm.
I wish I could be the way I am now in Cameroon.
Like what? Like what?
Like the facilities, the what's it called, accessories? No, what's the word?
Yeah,
Yes,
infrastructure.
not like the what I have, what I own. I wish I could have that in my country, and that's the place in my mind that you are not really completely free. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, I mean,
Yeah, because look, yeah, like the basic person, you can have still achieve a lot. You just need to be consistent in Europe. You just need to be consistent in Europe, and you can live an average life, and an average life in Europe is okay.
yeah, but Kifari, you can't. For you as an individual person, you wouldn't be able to cause any change in your own. You can only cause a change within
Why?
your
Why do people say that?
within
I want to
within.
get into politics.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why.
Oh, yeah. In politics, then you can be able to cause a change.
Okay.
But one
Yes.
thing is, your mindset is different from the local mindset over there.
Exactly, because they like I'll say when I was in Africa,
You
I
get a lot
thought
of
like those
pushback.
people. I was thinking like those people.
Yeah,
Okay, but when you travel, you see things. Then, well, I
a lot.
came to Europe when I was already mature. I left my country when I was 25 years. That's already big. So I can see the differences. When people come when they're so young, sometimes they lose some in the middle of the game. So I really am in the middle. I know this is good and this is bad. So because of that, I take the advantage of both worlds. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. DG, you wanna say something?
Hello, Songo.
DJ,
Salam alaikum, brother.
warrior, DJ, warrior.
How are you guys?
Oh, good.
Everything okay over there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're the only Somali that I like to talk to. The rest I don't want to talk to.
Thank you very much, brother. Same here. Um, I just have one question, and I want to ask you guys. When we say the African diaspora,
Mhm.
what exactly do we mean? Do we mean like every black person outside of Africa is the African diaspora?
Yeah,
There are people who live in Arabia or India or North America like 500 years.
Okay.
These
Can I
people, their loyalties lies to
to
where they live.
America? Yes, that's
to
true. That's
America.
yeah.
Yeah.
I get you.
So
So
we have to give a definition when we say the
yes,
African. In my point of view, the African diaspora number one is someone who came out of Africa as an adult,
mm-hmm.
above 18 years old,
All
or
right.
maybe is born in other countries who don't give them the full citizenship. Let us say the Africans in Saudi Arabia. There are Nigerians, Somalians, Kenyans who were born in Saudi Arabia, but they still hold their
Yes.
identity, their passports, because that particular country consider them still foreigners.
Mm-hmm.
But when you immigrated to Europe, Western Europe especially, UK, United States, Canada, and you have children over there, those children are not they are automatically citizen of that country, especially United States and England and Australia. So their culture is different, their mindset is different from their fathers. Are they also African? Yes, well, they can join the military, they can defend that country they were born into. They will tell you with impunity, I'm American. My father was a refugee, but I am not. I'm American. So I'm a Canadian. I'm British. So when we say the African diaspora, we have to be very careful which one do we mean, who have the good intentions and the good hearts and their allegiance and their loyalty lies to Big Mama Africa. I think it's someone who went to Europe or any part of the world as an adult who struggled his life there, who wish someday he will go back home, contribute to his community, his family, forget about the country or the state, and build something and get his retirement over there. That is my humble opinion. What do you think, guys, of that?
Okay. For me, I think, and I get what you mean. You make perfect sense. But I want to add to it. I will add that an African diaspora is any African that was born out of African but is connected to the African continent. That's how I see it. I want to add the word that is connected to the African continent, maybe physically or spiritually or economically or politically. That's why I call an African diaspora someone that's got the interest of Africa at heart. If you don't, there are people like from my country, like from Cameroon, that are even first generation, and they tell you that they're not going back. They have nothing to do with Cameroon. Okay. But their first generation is just their parents traveled to America and they gave birth to them. They say they don't have nothing to do with Cameroon. Those people are not connected to Africa. I would not really consider them African diaspora because they don't have that interest. But I would consider an African American that has never been in Africa, but has got so much interest to invest and make sure that Africa works perfectly, or no, not perfectly, works better or contribute to the growth and development of Africa. I will call that person an African diaspora. That's how I see it.
Well, oh, that's great. That makes sense. So it is the connection. Forget about
Yes.
it is the connection. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the connection because generally, if you like, I was, I mean, for the most part of my adult life, I live in Ghana, like not everywhere in Ghana, like in Cove Town where I come from. So I have my connection is not even the whole of Ghana, it's just the area where I've lived, and I'm familiar with the environment. In Ghana is where I draw my connection. But as I travel, been to Turkey, experience other cultures, I'm not gonna lie, there's certain instances I even draw a connection with the kind of experience that I had in other places. In the US, I stayed in Missouri for and work over there as an intern for a couple of months. And I know like that city even more than the birthplace where I grew up from because of the nature of work that I did, and I have some kind of connection. with that city as well, especially with the kind of people that I met over there, and the whole environment. So yes, I agree with what you're saying. Like, not everybody that come from Africa wouldn't be considered, the African diaspora, because their loyalty might not be for the continent. I agree with you on that point. You know, some people want to go back, others, just want to stay where they want to thrive.
But that is the thing. If you want to stay and thrive, just decide. Just say, oh, you know what? I'm an European, and I have nothing to do with Africa.
Yeah, but
You
thriving is based on the benefits where you find within that environment, right? Let's say if I never thrived over here, I'm not gonna like this place. I'm gonna be
know,
cursing of the country. I'm not gonna lie. My hope I would want to go back to my birthplace, where I grew up from, and probably go over there and see how life is gonna change for me. So it has to be, if you thrive in a new environment. I mean, you don't have to necessarily put your foot over there. You can do something else. You can contribute in a different way. Expertise differently. Not necessarily have to go there to establish a, a a building to show that you are really contributing to that society.
no, yeah, of course, of course.
Maybe you
The
don't have
way
the business acumen to be able to establish a business. At a larger scale. You don't
And
have the
sometimes
ideas.
when people think about business, you don't need to do a massive business. You
Yeah.
understand? Just do something small, and it might impact your community. It
Yeah, but the
might change.
something small is no different from what the locals are doing. I mean, you have to be better than that.
Yeah, yeah, you can do something small, but in a better way. You understand? I was speaking with Kaiser the other time. I say, well, sometimes we want to invent the wheel, but we don't have to. We just need to make things better. I was telling him, okay, just for example, you know what is called puff puff?
Yeah,
Okay,
we
let's
call it
say
like
most.
buffroot in Ghana, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, we have this local women. They're just on the street, like the roadside, most of the time, frying the thing. We eat it. We eat that in beans in Cameroon. I don't know if you do the same. We eat
Mhm.
puff puff and beans. It's like really common in the morning. People eat puff puff and like fried beans. But you see, the environment that these people do what to do is dirty, unhygienic. You understand? And it's easy. You can say, I want to be in charge of all puff puff and beans business in my town. Do you understand? So you meet these women and ask them, simple, how much you make a day? Let's say she say I make $50 a day. You tell her, I'm gonna pay you $60, but you work for me a day. And you change it. You understand? Start building it from that really, really little, improvement. Do you understand what I mean? That kind of impact. So you start making it clean because I like when, like, maybe because I've been in the West, you go to a bar, restaurant, is clean. When I go back home, I expect that kind of service, but sometimes it's not really there. So you need to go
Yeah.
somewhere else. You understand? So you can do that. And it's going to work. You don't invent the wheel, you just make it more clean. And before you know, you have a chain of people selling puff puff and beans. It's a business. Simple.
So in other words, you just want to rebrand it, have different
Exactly.
branches, every region in the country.
Yes,
Have it
just doing
have
what they do it better.
have a drive through. Just
Yeah,
pack it
exactly. Yeah,
little.
yeah. That's just the same thing. You don't need to start thinking about because the business that your
Yeah, but
primary customers are the locals is the
yeah,
best one.
yeah, but like if you still need investors to be able to do that, though.
Yes, yes, of course, of
You need
course, of course.
investors.
How much you think that's going to cost you? 10 grand. You can do a lot.
I mean, what I mean, investor like the high skill level,
No, no,
like
no. I mean, like to start. You're going
to
to
start.
gradually and build up. You're not just going to get all the investment.
Yeah, but
Investors come to see when if they say, okay, if I invest in this business, I'm going to make profit. So you need to build it up gradually. So when they see the CEO, how the CEO, your graph, your chart is going up, and they can say,
so like
okay, business
so
plan.
how do you intend to do it? Do you are you trying to replicate the way like McDonald's, KFC? something like
Yes,
that. It
but
has to be
with local staples.
yeah, the same brand everywhere in every region. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying like with local staples,
Oh,
okay,
okay.
because we don't do anything. It's just so local. You understand? But you can make it uh, a brand, a franchise with just
Okay.
the local staples. You don't need to go open KFC. Like chicken is still expensive in Africa. In the West, you can have $1, you can eat chicken legs, chicken drum. It's nothing. £1 is like no $1 is nothing in America. But in Africa, £1 you convert it to that money. Not everyone can afford. So chicken is still something high end in Africa, that kind of KFC. So why do you want to go and start doing things that the locals are not involved? Locals in Europe eat chicken. That's the least of their society. So get something that the least of your society can consume. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
What they really consume and make it a franchise.
No,
Simple. That's just
but even in Ghana, they have like branches, even the whole of the country, KFC, and people are really trooping in droves in those places. It was
well.
really surprising to me in Ghana. It was
Maybe I don't know how Ghana is going.
yeah, it's really surprising to me because I feel like a lot of like these countries, they love those stuffs like those Western societies have. If you can provide them those kind of quality services, in the nice, the nice.
Zongo,
Oh, okay.
Zongo,
Who's that?
Zongo.
Yeah.
Do you travel?
Sorry, Choco, sorry. Negro pin is a mindset. There are some Negro pins who still live in Africa. You don't need to come to Europe.
Zongo, do you travel in your job? Do they have like you work on the oil sector, right, in America?
No, now, no. I work as an
Okay, I'm glad.
environmental, as an
You know,
environmental engineer.
if
But
people have
I mean,
visiting.
what I do currently, sometimes we do go to like a lot of like industries in Washington State. You know, I've
Okay.
been to a lot of like factories like the aircraft assembly plants power plants lumber manufacturing facilities aluminum smelters
Hmm.
a lot of industries.
Man, you can walk and take that money back to Ghana, man. Build yourself a very big industry for yourself there in Ghana. But they're like,
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, it's really capital intensive, and you need human cap. Sometimes like some of like the factories like they have like let's say like a lumber manufacturing facility, they just produce lumbers and but even the power plant that they used to to power the whole facility, even the boiler itself could cost over millions of dollars, just a boiler just to generate electricity over there, just a boiler.
that's good,
you
man.
know
That's
so
that's
like
good.
it is a really like even the pulp and paper like sector like you know they don't it's a high level industries they the locals in our countries they have to yeah they have to be very prepared for that.
So it's just somebody came like, what do you mean by diaspora? I think what with diaspora is, look, is because diaspora can be like the Jamaicans, can be like, can be like, that, these people are the still the representative of you. They still have similar, they have genetic of your type of genetic and everything also. So let's assume a Somali person that's been taken away for maybe 600 years. You say it's not a Somalian anymore, it's still going to be a Somali as long the parents, once that community is being isolated, like the way the Jamaicans and the blacks in the United States, kind of like
Hold
them.
on, but if they don't have no connection, if they don't have no connection to that country, will you still tell them that's where they come from? Will you force them to have the
How
connection?
about no, you can tell them that, look, they will know. Look, the way you look like will never lie. As long you will know you're from somewhere. You're not from the white part. Know your people. Even if you live in the Arab countries and you're not mixed up in that Arab society, maybe when I mean mix up intermarriages with Arab people, then your generation change. That would be very difficult. But the way the Black Americans still look like, they still look like West Africans, other Africans countries. I've seen even in Oman, the Africans also they're also from Kenya. You understand me? They still look like Africans. So I think you're not bringing them to see when you're not going to bring them. This is called business now. This is not about you turning them against where they're coming from. You can invite them, you can negotiate with them, you can do a lot of things with them, and this business is business. You're not telling them, oh, you're no longer Oman or you're no longer Saudi Arabia. No, it's not a go that good like that. Tell them, I want you to work with me and I want your services. Look, this one actually we have, but you cannot just come and start telling them, oh, you are Africans now, or this. No. It's not because all what is known is Saudi Arabia, Oman, or Jamaica. But with time, he will understand, okay, I'm from these people, but my citizenship is in Oman or Saudi Arabia. But it's just to grow that business. Do you think it's China? Look, do you think China man just develop China man themselves? There are a lot of China man that live in the United States for years, even been born there for years, that went to develop China man. You understand? But we don't have to start looking for these YouTube radicals that is in this YouTube who talk anyhow and everything. Africans have to look for the real ones. You understand? Select. You have to select the way the Chinese did. The Chinese select. You understand? You have to the one that is productive, not gangsters and the ones that want to marry 5 wives because it's a dream to marry 2 people in Africa. Polygamous is allowed. You have to look the ones that is usable, that is having this kind of things. Then they will build up what they want to build up, and things will flourish. Because at the end of the day, they're still part of you. At the end of the day, they're still going to get sick the way you get sick. You understand me? Black people disease or African disease. So slowly, things things will come together. I'm not. There's some in this YouTube who always just bang on Africans or Africans banging on them all for views and money. But I'm talking about the ones that are, that their mind is very, very clear. Let's do things together. That's where you build. That's what I said in the late 80s. It's a Black American guy that really teach Nigeria to run FM radio. You understand me? Because Nigeria know how to run radio, but not FM. FM is totally different type of ball game. You understand?
Yeah, because they had the technology and you did not have. That's
yeah. So that's what I'm saying, that you can do things with them and everything. First of all, Africans have to work together. Africans have to work together heavily. Work together. Cooperate together. Share. This technology. Share a lot of things together. Like what happened between Ghana and Nigeria when Nollywood started booming in Nigeria. I think J.J. Rollins, when the movie started changing in Nigeria, I think J.J. Rollins saw it because it was very close to Babangida. So Babangida, they would talk him over not to throw off the Ghana man then at that time in power. So they generally told Babangida, I like to see this kind of things going on in Ghana. That's why in Nigeria, Ghana started building up this kind of movie industries and sharing this kind of stuff. That what really brought in the cultural exchange between Ghana and Nigeria. It was during the time of J.J. Rollins that cultural exchange become very heavy. You understand? To talk, we all have similar type of culture and similar type of tradition, but that heavy cultural exchange came in terms of, I'm talking about in terms of movie now, moving and everything. They start exchanging things, start doing things together. Then I didn't even know that most of the stars I was watching in Nollywood, they came from Ghana. You understand? Because we all have similar type of accent. So before I started to, okay, this guy's from Ghana, real? Okay, wow. There was one guy, it's a grown-up man, have white hair, he played along with Toto DK, another man. These are Ghana superstars. These are not guys you paid them 100,000. These are guys that control about 1.5 million naira to rent them. You understand? In Nigeria, it's like these are big stars. Some of them make
Zach OJ.
Yeah.
Is it called Zach Oji? One
Yeah,
Nigerian.
it was a Ghana guy. That guy's good,
No,
man.
it's Nigerian. Zach Oji. It's
Yeah, okay,
Nigerian.
but I used to watch other Ghana guys that play in Nigerian movie for years, and their salary was top high. Talk about 1.5 million naira, 1 million naira at that time. These are guys we put in the movie. Your movie will sell. The Igbo men that are sponsoring this movie, they'll tell you have to bring that guy into a movie because he want to make his money back. You know what I mean? So Nollywood behind the scenes be controlled by businessmen.
It's
Because
business.
the
Everything is
the
business.
person producing it is not going to be able to sell it. It's this Igbo man that will sell it to make his money back. He will tell you, "I want that star, I want that man, I want that man, I want that man." Before I started selling it to all of African countries as DVD at that time.
Anyway, guys, a drop off. We'll leave you guys. Happy
Dropping off,
weekend.
man.
Yeah.
Happy weekend.
Everyone out? Kaizo, are you there? Kaizo. Look, when we are saying African diaspora, we don't mean every Africans or everyone who is black over there in Europe and America. There are a lot of black people in the world, and a lot of them don't have the best interest in their hearts when it comes to Africa. So when we say we have to be very careful is as Kiparo said, is connection and of course and the loyalty. Let us say, for instance, a congresswoman called Ilhan Umar is an American and she is also a Somali born. Is she now an African diaspora or is she a United States congresswoman? Let us say when Somalia and America sits one table and she is over that table, what is her interest? Is it Somalia and Africa or is it the United States? This is what I mean. This is what we mean. We mean the people who have connection, diaspora Africans are the people who have connection and loyalty to the motherland. Not every black person on the earth is an African diaspora. My friend. By the way, not every black person in Africa is had the best interest in Africa. So that's my closing argument. Kaizo, if you are sleeping or you are eating ugali, guten Appetit, gute Nacht. Salut, tschüss, tschüss.
Guys, shout out to you guys. Show is over. Yes, correct. So I'm gonna end the show here right now. Shout out again to the sponsor of the stream, John Zola, with the $5 and again with the $20. Appreciate the support. Yeah, let's get it. Just play one last song, a little bit piece it, and then let's get it. Welcome to the Kaizorian Experience. Over here, we're gonna be talking about everything African. We're gonna be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between, cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with